to the Santa Clara County Emergency Managers Association. And each year we have the opportunity to nominate an Emergency Preparedness Volunteer of the Year. And so we today are here to recognize those people that were selected. Let me find my little thing of what I want to say. Here we go. So the first one is Harry Guy, and I believe you all know Harry. He has been a long-term volunteer to the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, program in Los Altos. He is a trained CERT. He's a licensed ham radio operator and a member of the Los Altos Amateur Radio Emergency Service. He is also the block action team leader of his neighborhood, and he actively participates with all three groups, the BAT, the hams, and the CERTs, and encourages the groups to work together to increase community emergency preparedness. Local volunteers have expressed that Harry has been instrumental in motivating the volunteers to remain active during COVID-19 pandemic. So we were very pleased to select him for this recognition this year. The other one we selected is Nico Bremau, and Nico has served for 2 years on FEMA's Youth Preparedness Council, representing Region 9, which includes California, Arizona, Hawaii, Nevada, and the United States territories in the Pacific. So as you can imagine, that's a pretty big deal because that's a lot of geography. In order to be selected, he had to write essays, get recommendations, apply, etc. And since then, he has been serving on that Youth Preparedness Council. As part of that work, he planned and conducted a public emergency preparedness fair. Well, due to COVID, we couldn't conduct a regular fair with tables and people, so he found a way to do it in a virtual format, moderating 2 panel discussions with regional experts. This event was very well attended by members of the public, and it was recorded and posted to the City of Los Altos website for additional viewing. Nico is also an active member of the Los Altos Amateur Radio Emergency Service. So we thank them for their service to the city, and we're grateful for all that they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, and congratulations to Harry and to Nico. I think they're both here.
I see their little boxes on the screen.
Good. Can we get them to say a little something about what they've been doing?
And turn on your cameras, please, guys, so everybody can see you.
Let's
I don't
see.
see a place for me to turn on.
Oh, I hear Harry, so he's going to click on the camera in a second.
Same situation here.
Okay. And as part of this, I think the city clerk put together a piece of paper that we'll get you guys later as a recollection of this.
Yes, we have certificates.
Now we have Harry and Nico.
There we have Harry. Okay, good.
Kind. Hi, Nico. You want me to go first? You want to go first?
You can go ahead.
Harry, why don't you go first?
Okay. Well, first, thank you, Anne, and thank you to the City Council. This is very nice and much appreciated. Most especially what I appreciate as a volunteer is the support that City Council has provided the past, I counted it up, it's over 8 years now since we first started Bat, Cert, and Ham. I should say since Sherry and Jim first started Bat, Cert, and Ham, and then I wheedled my way in. And since then, it's been very satisfying. So a big part of that was City Council support. And then the volunteers, which is really the important part. And the ones I want to recognize are the almost 400 volunteers, the Bat, Certs, and Hams that we have out there who have now formed Resilient Los Altos. And so we need more. We need a lot more. And so if anyone in the audience from residents are listening and are inclined to be interested in emergency preparedness, emergency response, please go to resilientlosAltos.org and you can inquire and read all about it. And one more shout out. I'd like to thank our new city manager. Not sure if I can call him new anymore, but yeah, I'll still use that word. Gabe England, who has embraced our new Resilient Los Altos model and working with the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation and we're off to a new good start. So thank you, Ann. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Nico.
Thank you, Harry, for everything that you have done and continue to do for the city. And we knew we could count on you to do some recruiting for the new resilient group. So Nico, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'd just like to start off by thanking Anne so much for her help with my project with City of Los Altos getting the fair organized, and also before that, my Eagle project as well. Anne's been there pretty much since the beginning, since I started working with the city and getting involved with the community. And also a special thanks to Harry getting me into ham radio. He's one of the guys that got me into that field. And being a younger guy in this area is really interesting, because in ham radio, trying to get more people into the hobby is really fun. That's actually what we're trying to do right now is our next project with FEMA Region 9 and the other regions is we're trying to get more people into emergency preparedness. And yeah, just amazing how we got all these projects together, and largely due to Anne. So I'd just like to thank her for that.
Well, Nico, we want to thank you for jumping in and all that you've done. And I know your other accomplishments and contributions to this city and to the community go far beyond what we've recognized here tonight as well, and wish you the best in your recruiting and all the work in emergency preparedness. So thank you so much, both of you, for coming tonight.
And thank you for taking the time to recognize them. And with a brief word from our sponsor, we encourage everyone, go out to www.alertscc.org. You can opt in and register there for the official county emergency messaging system. It's very important to do that. And then we encourage all city residents and community members. We have ongoing classes and emergency preparedness events and webinars. Go to the city website, losaltosca.gov/prepares. And then we have a whole bunch of emergency preparedness information, losaltosca.gov/emergency prep. So we encourage you to go that, but please sign up for the emergency notification system, because if we can't reach you, we can't tell you. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Anne, for everything that you do for our city and our community and emergency services. It's just amazing, amazing. Let's see, next are changes to the order of the agenda. And I'm aware of one thing that we need to change, and that is that currently item 5 is presented under the section on public hearings, but I've been notified earlier by our city attorney that that's actually properly belongs as a discussion item, not as a public hearing item. And so I'm planning to move that to follow item 6, but preceding item 7 as a discussion item. Is there anything anyone else wants to move for any reason? Okay, with your concurrence then, we'll move to public comments on items not on the agenda. City Clerk, I think we had an indication that we have 1 or 2 members or more of the public who may want to speak on items not on the agenda.
Madam Mayor, so far I have 3 hands raised.
Thank you. Would you please give them each 3 minutes?
Sure. So our first speaker is Joan Mosfelder.
In Los Altos for over 50 years. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I've lived in my house at 1995 Labor Court for over 50 years. During this time, I have remodeled, added a 2nd story, and made several other permit required changes. I have a picture of what it means to add or detract from a house in Los Altos. I'm a teacher of medically fragile disabled students within the Santa Clara County Office of Education. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, I'm not a realtor, I'm a teacher. Instead of reviewing all the past letters I bombarded you with and interventions, I simply want to make the following points. First, Please review my letter sent to you, noting the time of the project, timeline of the current project at 1985 Labor Court. Second, would 2 or more of you council members please support making this project, putting it on the agenda for the next city council meeting if possible. This is to have an open forum for discussion and a review process for the project at 1985 Labor Court. Number 3, we believe, the residents of Labor Court, that there are CC&R regulation possible violations that have occurred during this project. Therefore, we are asking for a copy of the application for this project. It was made by the owners of 1985 Labor Court, and we would like a copy of that application as it relates to CC&R issue. Number 4, quoting from the city building guidelines, privacy factors and integrity of the surrounding neighborhoods are concerning issues in any project's plan. Again, privacy factors and integrity issues. We feel that this is an area that has affected the neighbors on Labor Court. Number 5, Labor Court follows an up and down significant slope. This affects height of structures, view of structures from neighbors, reflections from structures, and privacy and integrity issues again. Not only do 2-story structures influence these. Number 5, if this project is for 2 separate family units to live in, why is there only 1 garage? What happens with street parking or driveway concerns? Number 6, single-story projects require no neighborhood notifications or input. Look what has happened here. This is a single-story project, yet there are many factors that have affected the adjacent residents on Labor Court. Number 7, new and energy efficient homes, which are aesthetically designed housing, are welcomed by the residents of Labor Court. We're all for moving forward with environmental concerns, and ADUs are approved in Los Altos.
Ms.
In
Mulder,
Both
we
my
allow 3 minutes each for people who speak on items not on the agenda. Your time has expired. I would invite you, to the extent that what you're reading from may have something in addition to what you've previously sent us, to provide this also to the clerk, and she will forward it to the council. And I thank you for your comments. We will take up your issue at items not on the agenda when we talk about future potential agenda items, which we're otherwise not allowed to engage in, as you know, in conversation about the issue this evening. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Serra. Becky?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
I'm sorry. I was going to talk about Mackenzie Park at the end. My bad.
That's
Thank
quite
you.
all right.
All right, sorry. So take me off, and first time I've done this online, so sorry about that.
No worries.
And do we have anyone else, city clerk, who wants to speak on items not on the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor, I see no members of the public with their hands raised.
Okay, then we will move to the consent calendar. Is there anything that anyone wants to pull from the consent calendar? Councilmember Fliger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't want to pull anything from the consent calendar. I just have a quick question for the city manager on item 2, the emergency resolution. Mr. England, as we continue to extend the resolution every 30 days as the law allows, I'm curious if they're good indicators for us to look at to gauge when is the appropriate and safe time to return to in-person or hybrid.
Thank you, Council Member. I think the items we're looking at is state and local orders. So, for example, if the state repeals their indoor mask mandate for vaccinated persons as expected, Los Altos would still be under the county order. The county has indicated they will follow suit with the state. They haven't been perfectly congruent. They have done that. I would think at that time, we would engage in a conversation about when we would want to return to in-person or hybrid meetings. Now, council, of course, can make this determination on its own without waiting for the state or extend beyond the state and county. So it's totally under the purview of the council. But to answer your question, those are the items we look at.
Very helpful. Thank you, Mr. England. And Mayor, I'm ready to move to approve. I see Councilmember Lee.
Councilmember Lee Eng has her hand up, so we'll go ahead, Councilmember.
Oh, no, she can motion it, and I was going to second.
All right, so
If she was going to motion to approve it, I was raising my hand to second it.
So moved. I move that we approve the consent calendar items 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
moved by Councilmember Fliger, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. City Clerk, would you please
Sure.
call vote?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Mayor Enander.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we will move now to the first of 2 public hearings this evening. So I'm going to open the public hearing on item 4, D23-0003 and TM21-0001, an application for design review vesting tentative map and an adoption of a mitigated negative deck at 355 First Street, a proposed 4-story 50-unit condominium building with 2 levels of underground parking at 355 First. And I believe, Mr. Gallegos, you're going to present for staff. And just so that the public who may not be familiar will have presentations from staff, we'll have questions from the council of staff, presentation by the applicant, and questions from the city council of the applicant. We will then take public comment, and then we will give the applicant 5 minutes for any further comment, and then we will have a discussion amongst ourselves for potential action. Mr. Gallegos.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, if you're speaking, you're muted. We aren't hearing you.
My apologies.
We got you now.
It's gone all. Here we go. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Ender, Vice Mayor Meadows, and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you tonight is a recommendation from the Planning Commission and Complete Streets Commission for City Council to consider and approve the design review application for a new 4-story 50-unit condominium building with 2 levels of underground parking, a vesting tentative map to merge 4 lots into 1 lot and then re-subdivide for condominium units as part of a tentative map process, a request to adopt the mitigated negative declaration for the proposed development. The project does propose 6 dedicated below market rate units, which include 3 moderate income level units and 3 at very low income level. The parcel map on the screen provides the location of the properties, which are proposed for development review at tonight's meeting. The project site is located on the east side of First Street at the intersection of Whitney in a zone CDR3, commercial downtown multifamily. The project site is currently developed with 7 existing buildings, which will be demolished for the development. California Senate Bill 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019, was signed into law by Governor Newsom, became effective in January 2020. The project was submitted to the city under SB 330. SB 330 has 2 phases, a pre-application phase and a formal phase. The purpose of the pre-application, of course, is to collect specific site, project information, zoning, subdivision, fee requirements that will apply to a housing development project throughout the review and entitlement process. The day this application was submitted to the city, it froze site development, design standards, and other land use regulations that could be imposed on the site. Since the project submittal was in December of 2020, new standards or policies developed after that date were not applicable to the project. Under formal application, project review is reviewed for completeness with the application checklist, objective standards, and this includes final determination whether any structures are deemed historically significant. During the formal submittal process, which we're in now, the city is only allowed to require a maximum of 5 public meetings. In regards to project history, in the pre-application phase, there was a initial submittal in October 13th of 2020. And then in January 11th, 2021 was a virtual community meeting. January 21st, there was a study session meeting during the pre-submittal phase, and then a study session with Complete Streets. During the pre-application phase, the applicant submitted on the screen the design on the screen before you. In that development, Planning Commission study session on January 21st, 2021, the applicant proposed a 38-unit, 4-story project with 2 levels of underground spaces, 2 levels of underground parking spaces for 78 units. At the meeting, the commission expressed general support for the project. However, the commission did raise concerns regarding increasing the 4th floor setback for better articulation. The front elevation appeared to be bulky, that there is an opportunity to create greater buffers to the sidewalk through landscaping, that the building entrance was underwhelming, and that the development could provide additional affordable housing units. In the formal application phase, the application was submitted in April 17th, 2020, and then resubmitted in September 10th, 2021. On October 15th, 21, the application was deemed complete. And then in November, the applicant submitted their final set of plans for public hearing. And it was taken to the Planning Commission and Complete Streets Commission for a joint meeting on December 2nd, 2021. And at that meeting, they recommended approval to the City Council. In response from the pre-submittal application to the current application, the project change from a 38-unit development to a 50-unit condominium development. The overall project includes 2 studios, 7 1-bedrooms, 30 2-bedrooms, and 11 3-bedrooms. The building does conform with the development standards, with the exception that a height incentive is necessary to allow the project to exceed the maximum height of 45 feet by 11 feet. A waiver to allow 12 spaces to have a reduced parking space width of 8.5 feet, which is normally 9 feet. A waiver to allow the elevator to be 17.5 feet, where the code requires a maximum extension of an elevator tower of 12 feet above the maximum height. A reduction in parking ratios could have been proposed in the density bonus regulations, which would have allowed 70 parking spaces, but the applicant did provide 111 spaces. In regards to the site plan, generally the driveway to the garage will be located along the north side of the building, along the alley, located in this section back here. A new sidewalk will be added along First Street and Whitney Street. 2 new ADA ramps and crosswalk striping will be incorporated at the northeast and southeast corner intersections of First and Whitney. New planting strips will be proposed along Whitney Street and First Street, which will include new trees on both street frontages. At the roof, a private deck is provided for 5,318 square feet of common open space. The roof also supports photovoltaic systems, which are located on either side of the structure, in the front and sides. Canon Design Group provided an architectural peer review of the project, and the report included recommendations to improve the overall design In regard to consistency with the design guidelines for the downtown district, a report was provided to the commission and it's incorporated into the staff report as an attachment. In general, the recommendations were that there was a need for a strong ground floor focus on pedestrian experience, smaller architectural features of the ground floor, a more significant setback on the fourth floor, and building corner detailing and breaking up the facade with color and materials. In response, the applicant did make some changes. At the setback at the fourth floor, they incorporated a continuous horizontal banding along the sides at the top. The balconies were stepped back at the fourth floor, and wall planes were varied at the fourth floor to pull it back from the third floor. The structures, in regards to the perception that structures were appearing bulky for the First Street and lacked a relationship to the village character. I don't know what's happening here. There you go. The building was designed with changes in wall planes, both horizontally and vertically. Patio spaces at the lower level step in and out and have cantilevered elements that provide a relationship to human scale at the ground level. At the ground level, new sidewalks are proposed with street benches, bicycle racks, extensive planters that will provide a more pedestrian relationship to the frontage and First and Whitney Street. The slide provides a streetscape, which is in your packet. This is along First Street. 349 First Street is a preliminary application project. It has not been submitted as a formal application under SB 330, but that is an example of what they're proposing. In the packet is the elevations. The upper right is the proposed front elevation along First Street. The left elevation on the upper left is the elevation along Whitney Street. The right bottom picture is the rear elevation with the parking located in the left corner of the building along the alley. And then the right elevation is in the bottom left. Under the formal application process, a joint meeting again was held for the Complete Streets and Planning Commission on December 2nd, 2021. And as indicated in the minutes, both the Complete Streets Commission and the Planning Commission provided recommendations for approval to council with specific conditions. In regard to the Complete Streets recommendations, the recommendation for Complete Streets was recommending approval with the amendment that they recommended a bike storage locker area that should be modified to run power to it. The applicant response was a support for incorporation of the recommendation as a condition of approval. In regards to the Planning Commission's recommendations for changing the balcony glass material to solid, consider repeating architectural elements on the other corners, making the windows feel more residential, incorporating strategies to reduce bulk. As indicated in the letter that staff provided to council, the applicant, although discussed in the letter, did not make modifications to address the commission's recommendations. In regards to objective standards, as stated in page 10 of the Complete Streets and Planning Commission Agenda Report, in terms of multifamily objective standards adopted by council on September 14th, 2021, those new standards would not apply since this pre-application was filed in December 2020. As stated previously, the day a pre-application is filed with the city, it freezes site development, design standards, plus other land use regulations that can be imposed, and therefore the objective standards are not applicable to this development. Since the project is providing more than 5% of its units as affordable at the very low income level, it does qualify for one development incentive per state law and city ordinance. Under the state density bonus law and Los Altos Municipal Code, the city must grant the requested incentives unless they can make specific negative findings. Staff does believe there is not sufficient evidence to currently in the record to make either of the findings required for denial. The applicant has requested 2 waivers. Applicants may request waivers of an unlimited number of development standards that would, unless it would physically preclude the construction of a project with a density bonus and the incentives or concessions to which are entitled under the governmental code. A density bonus number 1, as outlined in the report, is for a request for a parking standard, a space width to be reduced from 9 feet to 8.5 feet for 12 spaces. Applicant is requesting a waiver to allow for the building height to be allowed up to 17.5 feet, where it's normally 12. And for the two waivers, staff believes there is sufficient evidence currently in the record that the development would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of the development, meeting the criteria of the state density bonus regulations and the city's municipal code at the densities or with the incentives permitted under the density bonus report. Density bonus report is provided to the council in their packet. The project is consistent with the city's affordable housing regulations insofar as it provides the 6 affordable housing units where 6 are required. However, by providing 3 moderate income units and 3 very low income units, the project is not complying with the city's affordable housing requirement to provide a majority of the units at the moderate income level. To satisfy the inclusionary housing requirement per the inclusionary ordinance language, a majority of the units need to be moderate income units, which we have determined to be 4 units. Staff recommended and the Planning Commission recommended condition number 12. In your resolution, it's referenced as condition 13. Staff does apologize for that error, but it is condition 12, which states that the project is approved conditioned upon meeting the minimum requirements to provide 4 moderate income units. This condition, staff does not wish to alter or affect the number of very low income units that the project will provide to qualify for the density bonus sought by the applicant. As provided by the table before you, it does convey a 15% density bonus, results in a total of 6. Under the affordable housing ordinance, a majority of 6 would be 4, with 2 very low. The applicant's proposal of 6 units with 3 moderate and 3 very low does not equate to a majority of the 6 being moderate. Under condition 12, a total of 7 units would be required, with 4 units being moderate and 3 at the very low. 3 at the very low would allow for the 8% base density, and under the density bonus regulations, an 8% base density would allow for a density bonus of 27.5% or 11 units, which is consistent with the proposed number of 50 units. Condition number 12, again, was previously referenced, I believe, as condition 13 in the report. It is condition 12. In regards to condition 50, within the report, the resolution, it states that we offered 6 below market rate units. It should be 7, and staff would like to note that it should be 7, consistent with the staff report. In regards to traffic analysis, since the project's estimated VMT per capita is 6.37, lower than significant threshold of 10.39 VMT per capita, the project would have a less than significant impact of vehicle miles traveled and would not have a significant effect on traffic and circulation from this development. The MND, a mitigated negative declaration, was prepared. AB 52 consultation was completed with Tommy and Nation. All impacts have been reduced to a less than significant level with adoption of the mitigation measures. In conclusion, the Planning Commission and the Complete Streets Commission recommended approval of the design review application, tentative map application, the adoption of the mitigated negative declaration consistent with the findings and conditions. As noted in the minutes from the Complete Streets Commission and the PC from the December 2nd meeting, the CSC and the PC made subjective conditions recommending approval to the City Council. While the Planning Commission and the City Council can request design changes for design review applications, under SB 330, the City Council is not able to deny a project if the application does not make the changes. Further, City Council cannot impose design changes that would reduce the project's density. In regards to the below market rate unit mix of whether 4 market rate units are required to satisfy the city's inclusionary ordinance, the selection of the unit mix as conveyed in the report and the presentation is at the discretion of the City Council. The applicant has provided a SketchUp model to show a 3D rendering if the council would like to review that, and they're available to provide that to you. This concludes staff's presentation. Unless there are any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Councilmember Weinberg has the first questions.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Gallegos, thank you very much for that very thorough presentation and for the staff report as well. It was very helpful. I just have 3 questions for you. The first has to do with the condition 13 that you just had up on the screen. I'm curious why staff is recommending having the BMR units restricted to BMR for 55 years as opposed to in perpetuity.
Mayor,
Please go ahead, City Attorney.
Yes.
my video's not coming on. I don't know. Oh, there it is. We can have Eric answer this question, but what happens is with the conditions for the 55 years and perpetuity, these conditions are evergreen, they roll over. So when someone moves out, a new 55-year term is applied. So it really does go on for a lot longer than 55 years. And so without getting into the concern about maybe violating the rule of perpetuities, which no lawyer ever wants to talk about in public. It's a law that we all learned in law school, and it's crazy. But I think having a evergreen 55-year term is really going to get you more than 55 years. And I'll let Eric explain more, but that's really the summary of it.
It's been our custom in the past when we've drafted these affordable housing agreements to establish a 55-year term. That's common in a lot of cities, although some are turning to perpetuity. As Jolie indicated, when the new buyer buys the property, the 55 years starts over again. So in effect, these do tend to be in perpetuity. The thinking behind the 55-year term is that a house has a useful life of 55 years. So if we get to year 55 and the house is still in good working condition, it's because the property owner has invested substantial sums over the years. And if we reach that point where one person has lived in the house for 55 years and they've made that investment and kept the unit up for 55 years, they should be able to be entitled to recoup the full benefit of that. Most people don't live in houses that long, and so we usually don't get there. But if we do, in the unlikely event, that the policy thinking is that the homeowner should again reap the benefit of that.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Believe it or not, I actually came very close to litigating the rule against perpetuities case, but I understand. It makes perfect sense to me now. All right.
My condolences. I'm sorry.
Mr. Gallegos, what is the rule with respect to the number of spaces that have to be designated for handicap access? Because from the plates that we have, it looks like there's only 2 in the entire, one on each floor, so there's only a total of 2 in the entire parking lot.
I can consult with staff. I do not have the answer for that. Under a building permit, so if this project is approved by the city council, upon submittal of a building permit application, the project will be required to comply with ADA requirements in regards to the number of parking spaces, which is stipulated per the building code. But I can consult and we can get back to you with that answer today.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then my last question for you, Mr. Gallegos, has to do with the elevator. This is a total of a 6-story building. There's what, 50 units, 77 bedrooms, and there's 1 elevator for the whole thing. Does the city or does the building code, the state building code, have any requirements with respect to how many elevators are needed, what kind of elevator capacity is needed?
It's my understanding that typically on multi-story buildings over 4 stories, 1 elevator is sufficient, but there's a requirement to have at least 2 stairwell options for a building of this size. But there is not a requirement for more than 1 elevator.
And when we're counting number of stories, we're just counting the stories above ground. We're not counting the garage.
No, we're not counting the garage. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for staff.
Thank you, Council Member. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Sean. You went through that at a record pace. Good thing I read the packet. But very thorough, as Councilmember Weinberg said. So one question is, my understanding is the meeting count or the hearing count or meeting count starts at the formal application. First of all, is it hearings or meetings? And what count is this meeting?
The count is 2. The pre-submittal application meetings, which included the community meeting and the study session with the Planning Commission and the Complete Streets under pre-submittal, were not counted.
Okay, that's what I thought. So this is the second meeting on that count. And then for various reasons, we want to keep one in the bank, probably the 5th one in case something goes awry. So we have a little wiggle room. So then my next question is, you mentioned a step back at the 4th floor. It wasn't immediately obvious to me looking at the plans what that step back was. Do you know what the dimension of that step back is for the 4th floor?
So I think the applicant could speak to it. When I've measured it, it is not in effect a step back, as is a material transition that results in the effect of a step back. But it is not a physical step back of the structure, because in comparing the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, there isn't a physical step back to the 4th floor from the 3rd floor, but there is a heavier, thicker material that's used that provides the transition. In addition, the applicant did have significant setbacks on the windows themselves. So the windows were recessed significantly.
Okay, thank you. And then in the packet, applicant said they considered all the feedback they got from both the outside peer review and planning commission. And though I guess some was in theory incorporated from the peer review, but none from planning commission because they considered it. Did you have meetings with them? Did you see drawings showing you those considerations?
I did not see drawings showing their consideration of modifying it based on planning commission comments. It's my understanding that they had this discussion with the previous planner for the project, Guida Persiconi, and they had conveyed their position regarding those conditions at the time of the planning commission submittal.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Looking for any other questions from either Councilmember Lee Eng or Councilmember Flagger. Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead.
Thank you. I couldn't find my raise hand button. You went through, like you said, and everybody acknowledged, you went through that proposal really quickly. If you can quickly, or not quickly this time, but re-explain so the public can better understand in regards to why objective standards are not applying based on the time of submission. And I think it's important that the public understand that the proposal, the design wasn't approved at a certain time, but which guidelines apply, and just a better understanding versus design guideline and objective standards, and what clearly are applicable.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the brevity.
I think the city attorney wants to overrule and answer that one. Let you off the hook, Mr. Gallegos.
If you want me to chime in, I can.
Go ahead.
But under SB 330, the design guidelines and the standards in place at the time the application has been deemed complete apply. And that also applies, it locks in those standards, it locks in those also fees.
City attorney, can you look more toward your where your microphone is, because we're not hearing you.
Okay. So anyway, under SB 330, when the application has been submitted and is complete, those are the design and the standards, the fees, everything is locked in, and that's within that 30-day completeness. And so at the time this application had been submitted, the new objective standards were not in effect. And I do know when we went through the hearings on the objective standards, and I think even, I know that there were questions about how these objective standards would apply to submitted applications. And we said that, no, it would be if they were complete, the new objective standards would not apply. They don't reach back, they're only going forward. So that's why this application is under those existing rules when they were deemed complete. Sean, you might want to say more, but that's how we interpreted for this application.
Yeah. I mean, how we interpreted it is you know, at the time of the application submittal back in December of 2020, the responsibility from staff is within 30 days of submittal, we're supposed to provide a preliminary or pre-submittal application or pre-submittal letter. And in that letter, we are supposed to convey all of the applicable regulations that the city has in force that would apply to this project. And so at that time, we provided them every objective standard, every zoning regulation, every policy, any development standard that was applicable to the project in December 2020. That letter is due within 30 days typically of the submittal. So in January, it would have been submitted to the applicant. And then from that point, after they receive the letter, it is in effect frozen and fixed for until it is fixed for that development project as long as they meet the regulatory timelines. So the regulatory timelines require that once you receive the letter, you have 6 months to submit an application. And as long as you submit it within 6 months, then the rules that were provided back in January are in effect for the term of the application. And that's what occurred with this particular project, because in September 2021 is when the objective standards were passed. So they occurred after the date of our pre-submittal letter was sent. So it missed it by a short period of time.
Thank you. So another thing, so then can you speak to the design guidelines that should be applicable as well?
So SB 330 does require that in evaluating, when you're evaluating a project, you're evaluating both for completeness and consistency. Completeness is looking at clearly objective standards. And consistency is looking at issues that do not have objective standards, that are more subjective in nature. The design standards that are provided in maybe 1478 of the regulations of the ordinance that do talk about multi-family design review findings are more subjective in nature. They are not objective standards. And so the applicant is required to comply with the objective standards that are in place at the time of project review. Staff can request that they make modifications based on subjective standards. However, we cannot require them if it may result in a reduction of the project to a density level than what's proposed. And I think Jolie can speak to the question of reduction of density levels.
The council still has the ability to request certain changes to the design, but those changes cannot in effect reduce density or in effect deny the project. And so, you know, if you don't like the height, one thing that you can't do is say lower the building, you know, a whole floor or something like that, because that will actually in effect reduce density. So you still have the ability to make design comments, but you have to be very careful that the changes will not be be used to deny the project or reduce density. And I know we keep saying that, and it's sort of you have to just be very careful about what changes you're asking the applicant to make and making sure that it's not going to be seen as a denial or a reduction in the density. So I hope that clarifies it.
Okay. Then my question, thank you very much. I think that was very helpful. My question to Sean now would be, when the building is out of power, how long are we requiring that the buildings have to provide emergency power?
I do not have an answer to that. I can get an answer. I know, I don't know the length of time. I know the requirement under building code does require that there is a certain minimum amount of power that is required for an elevator system in order to move an elevator down from any portion of the structure down if there's a loss of power. And that typically has been provided through either an electrical system with battery banks, or has been provided with a generator system. I think the applicant and the architect are here. They could probably answer that question in regards to the length of time that they have available within their system to accommodate moving the elevator down so that people can leave the elevator safely in a power outage.
And I can add that in a prior project under the building code, for the backup power for elevators, there was a 2-hour minimum, and it can be battery or it can be a generator. And we usually preclude diesel generators. So I know that from past projects, but the applicant's architect should be able to answer that more specifically.
Okay, I'll reserve that. The applicant can answer that in a little bit. Then the other question I have is, with the new REACH codes then, did we eliminate diesel generators now and we're doing just the battery cells, correct, Sean? Or can you help me better understand that?
Yes, that's correct. Diesel generators are no longer permitted as part of the development.
Thank you for that. And then, so then my question is to the city attorney. We have many residents who have resided in Los Altos for more than 55 years. I understand what you're saying with the perpetuity, but I believe that if there is a request by council that we would like to see these BMR units remain in perpetuity, it is up to the developer to decide upon himself if he would like to keep it in perpetuity.
Yes, I'll let Eric, because he does more of the affordable housing agreements and the conditions for affordable housing. But if you want to condition this to be in perpetuity, you would be able to, but I want him to be able to explain, there's pros and cons with perpetuity, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Ramakrishnan.
Yeah, as Jolie said, if you want to condition it on these being in perpetuity, that you can do that. We traditionally haven't done that for the reason I already expressed, that if somebody's lived there for 55 years, they've invested substantial sums, and we historically have given people credit for the benefit of that. If the council wants to express a specific policy to the contrary, that's within your discretion. You had asked something, council member, about the developer's discretion. I didn't understand that part of the question.
Meaning that if we ask and the developer agrees, that I'd be willing to keep the BMRs in perpetuity, like we've done on 5150, it can be done.
Well, you could make that a condition of approval, and then we would write the affordable housing agreement accordingly.
Okay, just making sure. I understand your points, but if we choose to do so, we can do so. Thank you.
Council member, is that your last question?
I think the other questions are for the developer.
Great. Council member Flagger.
Thanks, Mayor. And Sean, thanks for that presentation. I echo what the Vice Mayor said, very thorough. And we got some information beforehand, so that helped. So I have two questions that I think are for you, and my other questions are for the developer. The first has to do with the BMR units, and I think it's condition 12 or 13, or maybe this is a question for the city attorney. So I understand that you're recommending, and I think that's condition 12, based on our current law or current local ordinance, that it should be 4 at the moderate level, and then 2 at the very low income level, because this project would require at least 6 affordable units. Is that correct? Before I go on, I just want to make sure that's correct.
No. In order for the applicant to achieve a 27.5% density bonus, it requires a minimum of 3 very low incomes. So then it would require 4 moderate income and 3 very low. And the 4 would allow for a majority of the total BMRs to be moderate.
But are they really required to do 3 very low? They may opt to do that to take advantage of the height incentive they're seeking.
Right. If I can step in. So in order to get the height incentive that the developer is seeking and the density that the developer is seeking, the developer needs to be granted the density bonus, which requires 3. I think we really have to separate the affordable housing ordinance from the density bonus ordinance, which is partly why soon you will see some proposed changes to our current ordinance to help clarify some of these issues. So if we look first at the affordable housing requirement, the requirement is 6 units and a majority moderate. So that means 4 of the 6 need to be moderate. That would leave 2 more units, which could be low or very low. The developer has opted to seek a density bonus, though, that requires 3 very low units. And if you go back and watch the Planning Commission meeting when our current ordinance was introduced, staff clearly explained that there may be situations where developers want to provide more low or very low than is required, and they can do that, but they still would be expected to meet the moderate requirement, which in this case is 4. Now, there is language in our ordinance that would allow you in your discretion to accept what the developer wants to offer of 3 and 3. That's within your discretion. But if we read the language strictly, it's 4 and 3.
And just to follow up on that, thank you. But if the developer, I'm just hypothetically speaking, only opts to do 2 very low income units, they would not qualify for the density bonus that would get them the height incentive.
They would not qualify for the density bonus that they're seeking. So that would be a different project than the project that's before you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And then Sean, just a quick question. And I always ask this question, and hearing it 10 times really helps to understand how we determine whether the project generated trips would adversely impact traffic patterns. Just if you could quickly explain how that process and analysis is done to determine whether or not it will adversely impact traffic operations.
So I would hand that off, if you allow, to the environmental consultant. They are here. They're supposed to be here today to answer that question. And they have professionals that can answer that question regarding traffic.
I'd appreciate
That's permissible. Thank you.
Yes, please. Do we know, Sean, can you identify who that is on the screen today?
The architect is Jay Potts. Kevin Denardi is the applicant, and then I am looking through the list of attendees. Gary Black is with Hexagon, the transportation firm.
Okay, so Mr. Black, is he on the applicants, on the participant side, or have we got him over in attendees?
He is in attendees, and I just saw him disappear. So,
So maybe
he may have been shifted.
I think we have him. Mr. Black, can you answer the question, please?
This is Gary Black. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we did the transportation study for the project, and we followed the guidelines established by Los Altos for how those studies are done. The first step in estimating the traffic is to look at the size of the project and then estimate the number of trips, what we call peak hour trips, that would be generated by this project. And we also compare those to the number of trips that are being generated by the existing developments that are on the site that would be removed with the project. So that's the first step. And then we determine, and in this case, we're talking about a very small number of net increase in trips, considering there's existing development on the site. It's on the order of 20 trips in the peak hour. So it's only one trip every 3 minutes. And then we look at the surrounding streets and intersections, and we look to see whether that addition of 20 cars would change any of the operating characteristics of those intersections or streets, and whether that change would be noticeable to any motorists. And then we also weigh that against the objective standards that Los Altos has. In this particular case, the project traffic would fall below the threshold of being noticeable or making any changes to the operations. And so therefore, that's the conclusion that there would not be a change. I can go into a lot more detail if you would like, but that's the overview.
Oh, thank you for that explanation. And I'm wondering, as part of your analysis, is there a threshold point where you determined it would be noticeable and it would have an adverse impact? Because if it's not 50 units, I'm just curious, when do we cross that threshold? And I know we have not looked at development along First Street in totality, but I'm curious, in your analysis, are you able to say if it were 75 units or plus 50 trips instead of plus 20? That's where it would be noticeable, then that's where the difference would be.
Well, we don't have that included in our study, so I'll need to speculate here. Just sort of off the top of my head, in that particular location, to get what we would define or what the city would define as a noticeable effect, you would probably need to have a project get generated probably 200 peak hour trips, I would say, which would be roughly 400 units on a vacant site. And of course, if you're removing existing development, then that traffic goes away. So you need to look at the net change. So it depends. If it's on a vacant lot, though, probably 400 units would change things. Yeah.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. And that's it, Mayor, for now.
Councilmember Lee Ing, did you have one more question or another question?
Two more questions, sorry. So for Sean, 2 more items, please. I forgot. This got, I know you stated on there's a materials board on page A0.5. I can understand looking at these through pictures, but it's always helpful to see a material board in person. So is this material board available at the planning department? So as we continue to move along on this project or not, or can the public have access to it at the planning department?
No, there is not a physical materials board. If the commission would like a physical materials board, we can always request the applicant prepare one. It's my understanding in the initial review of the project by the previous planner that they did not request the materials board because the meetings were occurring in a virtual nature.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then the other question I have is, I know there's a lot of mature heritage trees on that site. How does the landscape comply with our requirements? with the mature trees being removed, the heritage trees being removed?
Well, I mean, the removal of trees under the tree removal criteria, there are a series of criteria options. One of them allows for removal of trees for economic and other enjoyment of a property, for either issues of disease, good forestry practices. In this particular case, the trees are being removed due to economic and other enjoyment. That is a basis under the criteria. When you have a development that potentially is impacting a tree's structure due to the placement of the structure, the removal can be authorized under a tree removal criteria. Now, it is up to, that is of course then a subjective standard of what is a potential economic and other impact to a property. It is not an objective standard that establishes very specific criteria. But that is what they're utilizing now, is economic and other enjoyment under the tree preservation regulation requirements.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my other questions.
Okay, and I think my question is probably for Eric. And just to clarify, given the timing that, and Sean, maybe some crossover here, that the original submission was in October of 2020. Then there was a pre-application in December of 2020, which changed the number of units. The actual formal application was in April of 2021. And then there's an indication in the report that it was refiled in July and refiled again in September. Do those refilings have any functional effect on anything? What is refiling mean in this context?
Well, I mean, potentially it could. I mean, but the issue is that they submitted it in April. So what I'm looking at the timeline, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at the historical background. I wasn't the planner at that timeline back in 2021. But it's my understanding, based on the timeline that I have, is that they resubmitted an application April 7th, 2021. Project application was filed under this formal submittal phase of SB 330, and then they resubmitted July 20th. I would have to go back and find the original application, but with the application accepted in December 22nd, 2020, and the requirement that we have to have a letter to them within 30 days, which would make that letter provided to them on January 22nd, 2020, then them providing an application on July 20th would be within the 6-month period, which would then allow them to follow the standards from the original incompleteness letter. It would still be within the 6-month timeline. But I would need to confirm that. I have to find that original application, and I don't have that right now. I can find it for you online. Just be a moment.
Okay, Eric, can you help shed any light on these multiple refilings and what that might be about?
So I'm not sure I followed all the dates. I don't know if you.
So what I found in the staff report was that there was an original submittal of some sort in October of 2020.
Okay.
There was a pre-application filing in December of 2020. There was a formal application in April of 2021. And then there's an indication in the staff report that it was refiled in July 2021 and then refiled again in September of 2021, and then was deemed complete in October of 2021. So I'm just trying to sort out what this.
So if we go back to October 13th, 2020, the original application that was submitted was for 35 condominium units.
Right.
And then when they submitted a revised application for 50 units in December 2020, Because it was a 20%, it represented a 20% increase in the number of units provided under the provisions of Governmental Code 6594.1, then the application is deemed submitted on the later date of December 22nd, 2020, because it's in effect a new application with the greater increase in number of units. And so December becomes the effective date for the application for a pre-submittal application.
Okay, so the fact that there was a timely application in April within the 6 months, and that there were subsequent refilings are not relevant to anything in terms of determining how the application is processed or what kinds of fees are due or what criteria are used for evaluating the application for approval. Is that correct?
So let me just kind of give an overview of the process, if that's helpful, and you can let me know if I've answered your question or not, and we can go from there. So under SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act and kind of the way all these things fit together, the standards that are in place at the sooner of when a pre-application is submitted or the application being deemed complete apply. Number one, the pre-application, if the applicant increases the size of the project by more than 20%, either in terms of number of units or square footage, then the applicant has to submit a new pre-application. If the applicant does not submit a formal application within 6 months, the applicant has to submit a new pre-application. But if the application is submitted in 6 months and it's incomplete, then the applicant has 90 days to correct the incompleteness, and that just keeps going until the applicant is finally deemed complete. So it's not like if you failed to submit a complete application within 6 months that your pre-application goes away. You have to start the process within 6 months, and then you have your successive 90 days to keep trying again. After the application is accepted for processing as complete, then staff has 30 days to send a consistency letter to the applicant. And that has to identify any inconsistency with objective standards. If an objective standard is not identified in that consistency letter, then the project is deemed to be consistent with the objective standard. At that point, the Housing Accountability Act applies. You can condition the project in any number of ways to meet your subjective standards, but you cannot condition the project in a way that would deny the project or reduce the density. Does that help?
It does, but it raises one more question. I thought Sean said that the 30-day letter had to have been issued back after the December 2020 submission, but what I think I just heard you say was that it has to be issued within 30 days of when it's deemed complete, or is it in both cases?
Within 30 days of the application being deemed complete, there has to be a consistency letter.
Okay.
Now, as a matter of practice, the city tries to send a consistency letter in response to the pre-app to help the applicant, but that is not determinative or controlling. That's an attempt to provide a more efficient process.
Got it. Okay. I think I understand all the process now. And so because the original pre-application occurred prior to our adoption of the objective standards, then the objective standards that are currently on the books do not apply. But the standards that applied at that time of 12/20/2020 would be the standards under which we could condition the project. Is that correct? Provided, of course, that we don't violate the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330, where we would be precluding the construction at the density.
Effectively, you can condition this project based on our subjective standards in any way you want, so long as it does not lower the density or effectively deny the project. So we can't require Italian marble. If it's going to make the project impossible to build, we can't require additional lowering of the height or additional step backs if it's going to take out units. But within those guidelines, if you can point to one of our subjective standards and say, in order to make the finding, I need to see this instead, then you can do that.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much for your patience in
Sure.
explaining that for me, and I hope for the public as well. So I think it's time now, City Clerk, if you'd put up a clock, we'll welcome the applicant. And I'm not sure how you guys want to divide this up or who's going to make presentation. And you've got, I'm assuming you want to put a presentation up. Mr.
Yes.
Potts, are you up or is how are we doing this?
Good evening, Mayor. I'll be up, and if I could have the ability to share my screen, I will do a presentation. I also have the city SketchUp model available, should anybody want to see that.
Great.
I would love to answer some of your questions that remained unanswered before I eat into my 10 minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to be talking faster than Sean and trying to tell you all about this project in a very brief period.
You'll have 10 minutes to do your presentation, and then we will have lots of questions, and we don't have a limit on the time for you to answer those questions, so you don't have to talk fast.
Okay, I will try to be clear and concise. And I guess my time has started. Want to thank Mayor and City Council for seeing this project tonight and reviewing it with us. I also want to thank staff for all their work, and the Planning Commission and Complete Streets for their recommendation for approval. I'm going to try hard not to repeat a lot of things that Sean did. This is a 50-unit project on the corner of Whitney and First Street with studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. We are currently proposing 6 BMRs, and I will get into that at the end of the presentation. Just for some context for everybody and those in the public looking, First Street has obviously been undergoing a bit of a transformation over the years. There's multiple projects along the street. The red dot is the first one that was built, 3-story plus residential. The orange squares are projects that are underway between 3-story mixed use and 4-story residential. And the yellow square is the project that we're here discussing today. As noted, this is an aggregation of 4 parcels, which really makes the most efficient use of these smaller parcels up and down First Street, where we can put together a cohesive project that better utilizes the resources along the street, requires less alley entrances, requires less of that infrastructure that goes unseen and provides more housing to the city. Projects bounded on 3 sides, basically by streets, 2 streets and an alley, and 1 remaining 1-story building along there. It really makes sense, in our opinion, that the density and the project sizes sort of increase as they move towards the core downtown area. From a site design standpoint, several things happening here. We're providing a 1-foot easement along the sidewalk on First Street. We've actually provided closer to a 2-foot strip along there so that we could widen that sidewalk, some additional space to provide some of the features that we wanted to provide along the streetscape there. We're providing a 2-foot alley easement along that alley there, which has been required by the projects that are being developed along there, and at some point will result in a wider alley all the way up and down there. We're enhancing the First Street landscape with wider sidewalks, street trees, planters, benches, bike racks, and I'll get into that in a tiny bit more detail as we go. We're enhancing the Whitney Street sidewalk replacement, adding a planter buffer at the base of the building and enhancing the street trees along there. We're adding a lot of landscape and enhancement along the back of the building, along the alley to buffer the building from the alley and vice versa. The main entrance to the building per the downtown plan is off of the alley. There'll be no entrances, obviously, within those 4 lots onto First or Whitney Street any longer. We've created the main entrance of the building on First Street, again, per the downtown plan. And we've used that entrance to try to break up the mass of the building along there. And, you know, this site is a walkers and bikers paradise, with obviously all the amenities of downtown very close by, as well as shopping and a park within a few blocks. So we, you know, that will help ease the traffic, I think, coming and going from this building. People will come and go, you know, to their main daily activities, but for most of those other trips, they'll be on foot, on bike, that type of thing. The garage, just briefly touch on it. The city standards, there's 113 parking spaces for this 50-unit project. The state density bonus standards are 71 spaces for this project. I feel like we've gone well above and beyond. We are proposing to provide the 113 spaces for the project, which would give, you know, the full 2 units, 2 spaces per unit, and the 13 guest spaces that the project would require. In order to do that, we are seeking a waiver to reduce the width of 12 parking spaces from 9 feet to 8'6". That allows us actually to fit, because there's some extra room in these corner pieces, it allows us actually to fit 1 extra space in each of those bays. So at your discretion, if that waiver is not approved, then we would be reducing the parking to 109 spaces, still far exceeding, obviously, the required parking for the state density bonus law. Bicycle parking, we've basically doubled up the required class 1 parking spaces, currently showing 34 bike locker spaces. So secure parking for 34 bikes as opposed to 17. And we've got 50% more class 2 spaces than are required, with 6 instead of 4. We have discussed the ability to continue to try to work on adding some extra lockers as we get into some of the further design with the utility companies. It may leave us some extra space, and we have agreed to add power to some of the bike locker areas for those that might have electric bikes. I'll just touch quickly on the floor plans. Again, we've got a mix of units over 4 floors. They're, you know, structurally fairly compatible, but do interlock a bit over the top of one another. We can get further into that. Again, proposing the 6 BMR units at this point. Just quickly, as we were developing this, you know, last iteration of the design, the project's located on First and Whitney. We kind of embraced that as a key corner. The base project is a 3-story building on this site, which we sort of started conceptually with, knowing we would be looking for the density bonus. We broke up those wall planes vertically up and down both main streets and along the alley and the other side as we were developing the project. We wanted to create this key sort of focal element that worked from the entry down and around Whitney and First Corner, which was sort of the focal point of the building. So we created a step in the massing there, further articulating that step in the massing, breaking it up vertically as well to sort of lighten up the bulk of that. We've created a fairly heavy and deep landscape base around the building with stepping stone planters and a large amount of vegetation. Added some detail as we kind of went further into the development of the design. And then we created this accent band that created this middle of the building and also created another step in the building facade prior to adding the 4th floor element, which you can see is broken up both vertically and horizontally up and down that street. We added the cornice, which we felt kind of accentuated some of those breakups and some of those recesses up and down the street. And that's sort of how we got to this sort of final building design that we've been working on. So we've got a strong base stone element all the way around the building that steps and creates some privacy at these recessed patios. We've got numerous wall planes in both the vertical and the horizontal direction. To answer one of the questions, to talk a little bit more about stepping, You know, what we've created really is a structural building that works and keeps sort of that structural mass in plane. And in order to do that, what we've actually done is we've reduced the footprint on the first floor of the building, as opposed to bringing it out to where the maximum would be. And then we've created these architectural elements that create that sense of stepping as you go up the building. It's about a 3-foot step from here to the wall plane at the final with intermediate. That does vary as you go down the building length here, because this is not a square site. So some of the steps are deeper, some are a little bit shallower. We've also recessed all of the windows that are in the upper wall plane within that plane. And then of course, all the other windows are really heavily recessed in this stepped mass, which otherwise would have these windows pulled all the way out to the edge of the street. I'll get into the materials a little bit later, but we feel like we've selected a strong and durable material palette with the stone veneer, the Trespa siding, the Trespa panels, plaster, and the Trespa details. We've added some, smaller details, especially enhancing this corner with the awnings, the light fixtures, and the glass balcony railings, which, in looking at several different railing options, seem to be the most aesthetically appealing railing for the project. And then we've really enhanced the pedestrian experience along this street.
Mr. Potts?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, we're at about a little over 10 minutes. So could I get
geez.
you to wrap up, please? And then we'll go to questions.
Okay, quickly, just the pedestrian experience along the street. We felt like we wanted to really enhance this. We pulled those trees out to the edge of the street to create a buffer between the cars and the sidewalk, which is a little different than what's happened in other places, but it provides a nice meandering walk. We've added the curb breaks and benches along there, along with bike racks, the stepped planters, lower planters, upper planters that provide a little more privacy at the units. I'll go through this as fast as I can. We're just trying to add some life to the street with the patios and the balconies and all of the landscaping along the street. And the entry there helps break up the massing and provide a sense of place. I mean, I could get further into the landscaping. You can ask questions
we'll let
about
that
it.
come with we'll let that come with the questions. Thank you very much. So I'm going to ask, I know you want to probably leave your presentation up because I'm sure there will be questions regarding various parts of it. Vice Mayor, you want to get us started?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'm probably going to take you right about where you left off. Sheet L1, at least in the packet, was a landscape concept, but it showed, I think this is it, or this will do anyway. If you look at that courtyard, I'm having a hard time visualizing it. So the hallways that go around it, are there walls? Are they glass? Are they open? And then what happens as you look up the courtyard? It looks like, I'm not sure about the ground floor units from the floor plans, but it looks like the upper units may have windows on there. But can you describe to us how do you get in that courtyard? What are those hallways? It's just really kind of a mysterious space to me at the moment.
Absolutely. And that's, envisioned sort of as a very quiet Zen type of courtyard with a water feature in the corner. It'll also collect and clean partially and pipe the rainwater out through the basement ceiling out to the storm drain. The courtyard the entry is on the corner here. And really the idea is that as you come in this door and you come in the front door, you see sort of the edge of that courtyard peeking out, and you see the light that's generated down in there. These hallways are all glass walls around that court. I got to be careful to call it a court because the building code defines it differently than a courtyard. But at each level, there'll be glass around the majority of the courtyard, and then there are some building elements that do touch the courtyard that would have some living spaces and some windows in those. That's why we've chosen to sort of privatize this corner of it, where you have some of those on the lower floors. And then these pieces are more utilitarian uses. And so, yes, this would be open all the way to the sky and basically very similar at each level from a hallway experience, with sort of a very quiet, you know, Zen sort of garden at that first floor to generate some light into the center of this building.
So I'm still a little puzzled, particularly for those ground floor units. It's not as big an issue for the other ones that look down, but if you have someone in that courtyard and you have 1, 2, I can't really tell how many units, it's either 2 or 3 units. Yeah, we could go with the ground floor plan if you want. Actually would have visual access from their unit to the courtyard if you blow up on the first floor.
Yeah, so at the first floor, I can try to blow that up a little bit. Let's see. Maybe I don't have that kind of control here. At the first floor, you've got utilitarian uses within this unit, and then you have one unit here that has some living spaces that are getting light on that. The courtyard itself has sort of a raised fountain and planter in this back corner area that provides privacy to that unit on the first floor. And then as you get up above, obviously the first floor, it's not quite as critical that, you know, you have that sort of buffer there. So that was the concept.
So there's one, you talk about one unit with utilitarian uses. Does that mean there's no window by whatever those utilitarian uses are, or?
Yes, there's no window or a very small window just for some light and ventilation into those areas. Nothing that could be, you know, walked by or seen into.
Okay, and so, and I don't know if that's something you can show us when you have did you call it the flyby or the fly through or the?
I don't believe I have the ability to fly down into this little courtyard, but I could certainly, you know, provide sections as we get into the construction document portion of the project and identify all of those things in more detail.
And the hallways too. I'm just having a hard time picturing it. There's really no good representation of it other than this 2-dimension. I think that's, one other thing. So then you say you considered the input of the Planning Commission. Do you have some of those failed experiments with you to show us, or?
I do not have failed experiments with me to show you, but I can assure you that I've shared many SketchUp models with many different railing options and window options and step back options. You know, one of the main sort of final suggestions about the bulk and mass at the Planning Commission was to either reduce or remove this step altogether. That was sort of the final comment about the bulk and mass. And, you know, we really looked at that, and it really took away this strong middle element that we were trying to propose here, and this multiple, you know, plane stepping. And so we just didn't find that to be sort of consistent with, you know, the approach that we were trying to apply to the stepping of the massing.
Okay, and I listened to that meeting. I didn't exactly hear that, but the balcony materials, you know, the commission seemed to feel pretty strongly that the glass is a little bit more industrial and plus has privacy impacts. So I think we potentially would be interested. I mean, we can touch on it in the discussion, but I do think that it's a good point that the glass balconies could be an issue in a residential building downtown like this. But that's all the questions I have, Mayor, so I will leave it there. And thank you, Mr. Potts. I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And who else wants to go? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll again echo what the Vice Mayor said about the glass balconies. And you know, I actually don't view that as a subjective standard. I view it as an objective recommendation coming out of the Planning Commission. So I agree with the Vice Mayor. That's something I look forward to the council discussing during our discussion portion of this item. So Mr. Potts, thanks for the presentation. I wasn't sure if you were going to do the other part of your presentation, or maybe you were saving that for your rebuttal. But I will go ahead and ask my questions. I will start with the roof deck. So Vice Mayor, of course, touched on some of the questions I had about the courtyard, because I couldn't actually visualize it and how much green space there really was. And so I wanted to better understand having that roof deck. Is that a nice to have? Or is this something that the project would require to increase the open space for the property?
Well, there's no, I mean, it's definitely more than a nice to have, but there's no, you know, objective standard in the city's code that requires it. I think it came up at the very first workshop where we had yet to show the roof deck, you know, getting some more open space for the units. Obviously with the density bonus and the density we're trying to reach, you know, more open space on the ground level is difficult to achieve, especially with the, you know, built up planters and getting that 60% softscape requirement that is objective. So we feel like the roof deck is, you know, very important to the viability of the project. You know, we designed it specifically pulled back away from the edges of the roof so that, you know, people were not right up at the edge of the roof, kind of looking down and looking over onto other roofs, and B, that it's far less visible, really not visible at all. And the elevator tower is really not visible at all from street level due to the placement of the, you know, outdoor amenities as well as the functional amenities of the elevator and the two stair towers. The only real visible portion is the stair tower in the back, which is shorter and under that sort of overall height limit. So we really only exceeded with the area we had to at the elevator.
And going back to the configuration of the courtyard, is there a way to expand the green space there based on how you were describing it for the Vice Mayor? There are glass walls and they're weird configurations. So I'm wondering if it's possible to expand the green space in the courtyard area.
Yeah, really, the courtyard itself doesn't have a lot of room for, you know, expansion in any direction without reducing the units and you know, to a depth that doesn't really work very well, and then, you know, overall ending up reducing the unit number themselves. So there's not a lot of room in that footprint. It's really more, you know, it's a very high-end skylight type of element to bring light all the way down to the first floor and to each level throughout the building. It's not meant to be a kids play area or anything of that nature. It's you know, very sort of relaxed use area, but more designed for the light it provides than the open space it provides.
Okay, thank you. And I asked about the BMRs early, and I want to pick up on that question. If the council were to condition approval of this project on you providing 4 units at the moderate level, how many BMRs in total would you be prepared to offer?
Well, that's certainly a question for the applicant as it boils all the way down. You know, the question of the city's ordinance and the way it's read with the majority versus, you know, some more real number has always been a bit confusing and not always applied exactly the same. I've had conversations on other projects. It says the majority of the units. I suppose the majority of 10 units would be 10 or 9 or 8 or 7 or 6, maybe even 5. So the way it's read has always been a little bit confusing and hasn't always been interpreted the same way. It's my understanding that you're changing the ordinance now, not to change the ordinance, but to clarify its meaning and its original intent. And that change to the ordinance would result in exactly what we've been proposing here for, from the beginning. That change in the ordinance would require an actual percentage as moderate, not a vague sort of majority. And it would require 7.5% as moderate and 7.5% as low or very low. Using those numbers and rounding appropriately, you get your 15%. You also get 3 and 3. And so, staff is currently revising this because of its ambiguity and its uncertainty and how it's been interpreted. So, I can say with certainty that my client believes the 3 and 3 is the correct number. And I'd have to let them answer, what the condition number 12 means to the project, where it's adding an additional affordable unit to the project.
Is the applicant available to answer that question? Because I am curious to hear the response to that question.
And if I can, I think we should probably, there was a change to that staff report. And so there was an errata to that, where when we went back and looked at, again, the intent of that. So I think after you listen to the applicant, I think Eric may want to clarify that, because we did clarify that in a errata.
That would be helpful. Thank you, City Attorney.
Yeah, so I'm happy to jump in. Thanks for hearing our project, council members. Regarding the BMR units, we do feel strongly that we are interpreting it the correct way with providing 3 and 3. With the language that's being proposed from staff kind of clarifies what we thought we were correct on proposing. And so at this time, we kind of want to stay with what we're initially proposing with the 3 moderate and 3 very low, which is the 15% total, which is required.
Okay, thank you. And then on the number of EV parking spaces, that wasn't clear to me. How many EV parking spaces?
Council member, let me just check in, please, whether Mr. Ramakrishnan wants to make a comment on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's so you will be seeing soon some proposed changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance. And while those proposed changes don't mirror the current language, the statements that were in the staff report for the Planning Commission, which were corrected with an errata because some of those statements initially were incorrect, indicates that we are trying to achieve the goal or the intent of the original language. But by saying goal or intent, we're not saying that it's the same language with the same outcome in every case. Let me explain what I mean, because that was probably a confusing way to state that. The original goal or intent of our existing inclusionary requirement was to achieve, number 1, a mix of units, but number 2, to prioritize moderate. Our current language does that in a confusing way with this majority of, and I think it's pretty clear that a majority of 6 is 4, not 3. I concede, and that's why we're bringing to you some proposed changes, that the current language has caused confusion. But it's clear that a majority of 6 is 4, not 3. The new language would impose a 7.5% requirement for moderate, which in some cases would result in a rounding up, which would require more moderate within a project than not. But in some cases, it would equal a 50-50 split. And so in that respect, it is different than the current language. But the goal or intent of the new language and the policy goal or intent of the current language is to achieve a mix of units and prioritize moderate. Again, that doesn't mean that they're identical, though, in the actual outcome they achieve on a project by project basis.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I look forward to having that discussed later on with my colleagues. On the EV parking, yes, we're on the right page. How many EV parking spaces? And then the follow-up to that is, will there be level 2 chargers at each space?
The plan is to provide, as you see on the screen here, and in our submittal, provide one EV charging station per unit. So they'll be, far exceeding what's required. I don't have the answer to level 2 off the top of my head at this moment in time.
That would be very helpful to understand whether it's a level 2 chargers for each of those spaces. And then just to follow up, because it wasn't clear from your presentation or even this page that we're looking at, whether or not we will have EV bike chargers as well. I think it was the Complete Streets Commission had recommended having chargers at each storage unit. And it's still not clear to me if this is something you have incorporated into your project.
Yeah, we, I think that was in our letter to Sean that he read as well. But just to clarify, I know it came out somewhere in some interpretation as one EV or power to every locker, but in the discussion, it was power to some lockers. Not every locker is going to be filled with an EV bike. And we did, commit to adding power to some of those bike lockers for EV charging.
But do you have a number of the bike locker areas you will add the charge?
Yeah, it was originally suggested in the meeting, and we could look at the minutes that it was these units out here. There's 7 of them, I believe. I don't think it's a make or break if we picked a different number than 7 and provided power to more than that. Although there'll be a heavy electrical load on this building, as we know, without gas and with 50 car chargers.
Thank you, Mayor. That's my questions for now.
Thank you. Let's see who else is ready to go. Mr. Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Many of my questions have already been asked by my colleagues, so thank you for that. Mr. Potts, could you talk about some of the other options that were reviewed with respect to the window patterns?
Yeah, just get to something where we can look at some windows. We got a bit of a view here. I think the main sort of direction and discussion from planning, we have these windows that are asymmetrical, I'll call them. We have a smaller casement window and larger fixed pane windows. And so the main option that we looked at was the reduction of or the balancing of those windows to be, I guess, what was more residential in nature, so that these were just sort of half windows, divided equally. And let me find an elevation for you. It's a lot easier to see. All right, takes a minute. So it was really these windows that were in question, and dividing them more equally. We did look at adding more grids to the window, which we felt just made it look a little bit more busy than it needed to. We discussed reducing window sizes and kind of looked at that as an option, but the owners really wanted to maintain the greatest level of light that they could into these spaces, because they typically, the bulk of them only have windows on one side of the units, and so you're really trying to get the light back in there as deep as you can. We did look at some alternate colors as well within each of those packages. In the end, I think we felt like with this window pattern, that this window pattern matched well, that they went together well, and with the big, large breakups, the grids were not really required, and again, trying to maximize that light.
Okay, thank you. Do the windows open?
Yeah, so I mean, the way they're all set right now, the casement windows on either side of this would open, and the casement window on this would open on each of these. So all of the rooms and spaces have an operable pane of a casement window that I believe is 2.5 feet by 6 feet.
I'm sorry, they all have casement windows that are 2.5 by 6?
Yeah, and I could measure that in a different file for you to verify. I don't want to give you the wrong information, but that's roughly the opening size.
Okay. Okay.
If I could answer your other questions while you're thinking of that one, the 80 ADA spaces will meet the building code. I believe the 2 is the correct number at this point. We also have 1 available for resident that's not striped and wouldn't need to be striped. And the elevator capacity is adequate for this many residents, and is really subjective, you know, by different building owners, provide different levels of service.
Sure. So what's the criteria by which you think that the elevator service is adequate?
We just use various elevator consultants and websites, and they have tools that'll generate numbers for you. And again, they're not requirements. There's really not a requirement for a level of service. And then we also use just anecdotal evidence of buildings of similar sizes, similar numbers of units.
Okay. How is the trash going to be moved from the first level of the parking lot out to the street?
There is a it's basically the building services has a cart, and they move the trash from the trash enclosure to the trash staging area each week when it's scheduled to be picked up. There's a cart here shown in the diagram that they use for that. They tow the trash up to the staging area, and once the trash is picked up, they bring the bins back down. There's extra bins so that those can be rotated in while, you know, as they're being pulled out to be picked up. They can rotate bins in. The staging area is tucked in here off the alley for trash to pick it up. And this has been reviewed by Mission Trails in its design stage.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, you know, to answer one other question, I'll try to answer as many as I can when I get a chance. The extra submittals, Mayor, that you were noting, you know, those are the sort of back and forth with staff and fire and things like that. It's sort of standard. I think we've, you know, had 4 formal sort of versions after the initial submittal that answered various questions at various times for staff on their incomplete letters.
Thank you. Mr. Weinberg, did you have anything more?
Yeah, a couple more questions. Thank you. I want to thank you for putting in or considering putting in electric chargers for bicycles. One of the concerns that the Complete Streets Commission had was not just making sure that there was a facility available for electric charging, but that it was somehow secured. Electric bicycles, as of course you know, are very expensive still, and they're prime for being stolen.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, each of our bicycle spaces is actually a secure locker in and of itself. So it's not, I mean, this space at the back is secure, you know, by the door and the keyed access to it, but then it's not just a mass, you know, bicycle parking with racks. Each of the parking spaces is actually a secure locker that would be keyed or coded to the resident that owns that locker.
Okay, great. And then my last 2 questions are, where is the mail pickup for the residents? And where are delivery vehicles and mail trucks intended to park?
The mail drop-off pickup space is just inside the lobby. Oh, sorry, at the first floor here. At this time, there was some discussion with Complete Streets and Planning Commission about striping for loading and things like that, and that's really, I think at the discretion of the city at this point in time. If there's, just available parking along First Street, that's, where mail and packages and things like that, delivery persons would park.
Okay, so mail and delivery trucks are just gonna have to find street parking or fend for themselves. You're not providing any kind of a bay or space for them.
We are not at this point. I don't think we'd be opposed to a loading zone somewhere in the front of the building there, but then that reduces, in general, the street parking by a space or two.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier, you, Mr. Potts, you heard me ask about the power cell units and the requirements. Did you want to further address that?
Yeah, I can touch on that a little bit, and every building is different. And we would get into that further in the construction documents phase. Power may or may not be required in this building for the elevator. That really depends on fire and how they view it, and the building department. Also, some fire departments, and I'll say this in passing, I think we've gotten over it with this particular fire department, don't really accept batteries as backup power. They're still kind of the old school diesel generator, but we have got past that. So if there's a requirement, we will meet it. Obviously, in the building code, we wouldn't get a permit otherwise, and it would be proposed as battery backup. Some building owners go above that and say, hey, we want power for a certain amount of time, even if it's not required, especially where we see things like lifts and stuff like that. So that remains to be determined, but we would certainly provide the required level of backup power for the required period of time per the California Building Code.
So that includes the lifts and the.
Well, we don't have any lifts in this particular project. Happily.
The security garage door, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, thank you. My other question is, could you provide me the photo of, it had the materials on the roofing. How large are the eaves sticking out? I think it's 805, right? Or yeah, you see those overhangs? How far do they stick out?
You said I'm sorry, you said 805?
Wait, maybe it's not. Wait. Yeah, mine is 805. Material selections 805 right there. So you see those.
Yeah, the eaves project, it does vary again because the wall planes vary, and so those eaves kind of go back and forth and follow that wall plane to some degree. But the overall main depth there is 4 feet.
So when you say the eaves vary, so on some areas the eaves will stick out further than others?
Well, I mean, it depends, I guess, what you mean by, let me see if I can get a picture that is worth 1,000 words. You can see that, there's sort of this maximum edge, which is that dimension that I gave you, but then, you see in the recesses and with some of these build outs that they actually appear a bit deeper. They don't stick out from the main building face more than that, but they appear deeper because they follow that facade in there. And then they're broken up at the recessed masses where we have the wood siding.
Okay, and then you see in between where it's set back a little, there's a taller, where the where you have tres papura on the, between the eaves, you pointed to where it was set back. Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up, right there, yeah. How tall is that roof there?
That's just a small parapet to break up the sort of the length of the building and the strong accent. I believe that's about 3.5 feet above the main deck of the roof. And it really just occurs in this small area, these small areas as you go around, and you can see it wraps back a couple of feet so that it doesn't look like a stage.
So you're saying that where that area is on the interior of the building, it's the same height as where you have the lower?
No, the interior of the building height is consistent throughout. So those are really just parapets to break up the line of the roof a little bit and to recess back from these main facades. So that's really, just a parapet wall.
I think if I might, the rendering you have of the roof deck shows those edges pretty well.
Thank you.
Okay. You asked to allow for variance in regards to reducing the parking spaces. Is the smaller parking spaces then going to be for the BMR units, or how is the distribution of the smaller parking spaces going to be done?
I don't think we had any intention of, picking and choosing those spaces for BMR units. I suppose a good building manager would pick them based on the size of cars that people own. 8.5 feet is by no means a narrow parking space, though. It's more than a full-size space in most jurisdictions, and again, it's a small number of them. So, I think that I don't know that we had devised a methodology necessarily for the picking of those spaces, but I think it would be based on car size and availability as people kind of move in and move out.
So,
or they will just be randomly assigned.
Otherwise, why don't you spread it out instead of making, like, if you put up the parking space, instead of making those smaller ones all crammed in the corner, why don't you spread it out and just reduce a larger number of parking spaces, just reduce 1 inch?
I certainly, the reason they're the way they are is because of backup overlaps and things. There's excess space in those corners already that wasn't being used, but it was, about 6 inches too small to provide an extra parking space. And these are all laid out, obviously, with the structural grid of the concrete columns. Certainly, if the council wanted to say, you can reduce all the parking spaces by 3 inches instead of some of them by 6 inches, I could probably make that work structurally. I'd have to relay out the columns and everything. But I frankly, we felt it was lesser of an ask to say, we're going to make some smaller spaces here that are still very large spaces in most communities. And we're going to make it as few as possible to get you that number 113 that we were, targeting as, hey, we meet the parking based on city standards. So
okay, I think my main goal was that it's not that smaller spaces just were not allocated to BMR units. The other thing I had a question about is the size of the planters in the front for the trees that you had designated. And I'm concerned about the size of the planters for ensuring the success of the trees. Can you help me understand that? Because root depth and
yeah. As the architect and not the landscape architect, who I'm not sure if he's on the line or not, I can tell you that the landscape architect selected those planter sizes and those trees to go in those planters, with the full knowledge of his craft of designing these things. So I'm going to make the strong assumption that he provided the adequate grate sizes. We also were, intent on making, obviously providing the clearance that we needed between our planter and those street trees for any ADA requirements and also for people walking side by side.
I appreciate your attempts in taking some of the recommendations from the peer review group as well as the planning commission. I was just wondering why you didn't make a further attempt to address their bulk and mass in height. Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we made in the iterations a really strong attempt to address concerns as they came up through the project. I mean, you know, we can all address the elephant in the room. It's the fourth floor being stepped back from the third floor. And in order to step that fourth floor back in any you know, deeper way than what we've tried to accomplish here, we would be basically reducing the units on that floor by a third or half, because we'd have to combine units that were much shallower to make units that work. And so the reality of it was that we made our very best architectural attempt to you know, make work what needed to work to make the density work on this. You know, the first version of the building that went to the workshop with the planning commission is noted there above. And, you know, we tried to address some of their big concerns at the time and also create, you know, that step back by addressing these corner windows that they weren't super fond of and thought were too commercial, addressing that more commercial nature in there, breaking this cornice up into smaller bits and pieces, as well as making it smaller, pulling it in, flattening it out a little bit, break up the roof line along the edge of the building to, you know, further enhance that mass, and then increase the step back that we provided with these two sort of layers of material that we added to create that step back. Again, you know, really, if we wanted it, I suppose maybe it would look more step back if we pulled these doors and windows and everything out to the setback line, which we were allowed to, which would be the face of these columns. And this becomes a heavier build out at that point, really, with the windows right in the face, but it provides a, you know, I guess, quote, true step back. So I don't believe that we didn't make a strong effort to address, you know, their concerns. And, you know, frankly, from, you know, past meetings, we weren't entirely sure their concerns were your concerns. And so, you know, our design judgment, I think we wanted to keep in place.
Okay, so then if, so let me ask you, if to address bulk and mass, then have you thought of reducing each, taking off height from each floor?
We have not discussed that, no.
Okay, thank you.
In any real way, no.
Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to ask, so BMRs, as you know, are very important to us, and retaining BMRs as BMRs. So are you willing to keep the BMRs in perpetuity?
I believe that's a question for Mr. DiNardi, if he wants to pop on, or I can ask him the question and convey his answer.
Yeah, I can hop in. Yeah, I don't see it being a problem from our perspective.
Thank you. The other thing is your landscape architect on then, so can he answer my questions?
I'm not sure if he's here, Kevin. I mean, I could answer the other tree question as well. I have that note down, that we are removing trees, and as you know, Sean kind of outlined that process, but during the process, the applicant has agreed to replace the trees in another location, and I think that was at the locations at the direction of the city. So that's the answer on the replacement trees.
Okay. Let's see. I think that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I will
Oh,
try.
one more question. Sorry, so sorry. I'm so sorry. How tall is your elevator tower? Again,
The
because
elevator tower from the roof deck is about 17 foot 6 inches. We did provide in the packet a series of,
yeah, I
the
didn't know if I
most-
misread it. So
Yeah, and that's, there's the roof deck, there's the pedestals for the landscape deck, elevator itself, hoist beam, and roof. And, we will certainly strive to keep that as low as possible. And I've done extensive research trying to find lower elevators. When you get into these traction elevators and away from, your traditional hydraulic elevators, which can't do this many floors, you end up with a larger override.
thank you. So sorry, Mayor. Thank you.
That's quite all right. I'll try to be quick, and we're right in the right place with respect to materials, because I want to be sure I understand what you said. So it sounds like, and I'm not personally familiar with Trespa, but I understand it's a manufactured cladding product, that, and I'm going to call it the wood looking or the reddish dark looking, that is Trespa. The third floor is also a different Trespa product. And then what is the material on the fourth floor?
The fourth floor is cement plaster.
Cement plaster. Okay. And so the way it appears to me, and that I'm trying to understand, is that the Trespa has some depth of its own. Is that correct? It's so that you've got your finished building essentially, and then the Trespa goes on top of that.
The Trespa really, like this lower level Trespa would be just like putting siding on your building. So it doesn't have any real depth to it. It's got a little tiny bit of depth to it, but so does the cement plaster. And
Right.
so it would be just like putting siding on a building. What we've done is, built out these portions to create that depth and that step. And so that Trespa is being applied to multiple sides of that. It's not just that it's thick. And the same would go for the panels, really. These are rain screen materials, so they really are just like applying any other siding to the building. And so the depth and things that you're seeing is framing that's then applied to.
I'm sorry, it's springing. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Framing.
Framing, okay.
Yeah.
Because when I look at the 4 floors, it doesn't look like there's much difference in the actual structural wall framing from floor to floor, and that the step back that we're seeing here is really a function of, I'm going to call it a build out from the wall.
Yes, and you would be correct, and that's what I was discussing. Really, if we really wanted to make it a quote unquote more of a step back, what we would be doing is pulling the lower wall faces out.
Right.
Because they're pushed in deeper than their required setbacks. So the required setbacks are being met by our built out material.
You're talking about in terms of the setback from the property line.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And we did look at that, and we really felt like this reduced the mass more than just saying, hey, that's a real step and let's pull these walls all out.
Right. And then the stone for the raised planters, is that a manufactured stone?
It is. It's an El Dorado stone, so it'd be applied to a concrete subsurface planter, and it would have a cap on it, similar to what we've used before.
So it's a stone facing on a poured concrete.
Correct.
Okay, with a cap.
Yep.
And up back to the materials on the overhang. So the underneath part of that overhang is what material?
That is also, again, we're trying to keep similar material from a construction and compatibility standpoint.
Right.
That is a version of the trespass siding in a lighter color.
Okay. I still call it a brown or a woodish looking material. Oh, lovely. Gah. This is very helpful.
Everyone can see a little bigger drawing. So again, we've got the lighter wood type material, the darker. We've got the plaster with the recessed windows. And then we've got the build out with the Medion siding, as it's called. It's more of a stone siding. And I'll be happy to create a physical board and drop it off at City Hall for you guys to go see at your convenience. We frankly didn't really think of it because we've been doing these online, and I didn't know what good it would be to hold one up in front of the camera. But yeah, so that gives you sort of that.
But I'm seeing enough smiles on my colleagues' faces that I think you might have a winner of a suggestion there.
Yeah, no problem. We'll get that put together and drop it off.
That's how we used to do it in the old days, Mayor.
Right, like the old days. So we have a dilemma at this point. It's 9:20. We conventionally take a break at 9 o'clock. And we also at 9 o'clock make a determination as to how many more of the things on our agenda, in case we have a long agenda, we're really going to do. And so what I would like to do now with the concurrence of my colleagues is to go ahead and take our 10-minute break. When we come back, have our, and I don't know, we would normally give you 5 minutes as an applicant to respond after we take some public comments. So we'll go to public comments when we come back. And we don't know how many people who are here want to speak on this. We know that there are people waiting to speak on 2 other significant items. And I think if I'm looking at my colleagues, we should make a decision now whether we really think we can get through both of those other 2 major items, which are the dog park and the climate action plan. And if we are committed to doing that, then we're committed to going probably well past midnight. And otherwise we should maybe pick one and defer one. And so I'm gonna go around, give you 10 minutes to think about that while we're taking our break. And when we come back, we'll make that decision. Okay. So thank you all. Thank you all for the residents who are here. Yes.
Before you outlined everything except one thing that we might still want the applicant to show us, which was the flyby whatever. So I don't know where that might fit in the schedule you so concisely laid out.
Thank you. And we'll deal with that when we come back.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
All right, 10 minutes. So at 9:32 by my clock.
Sorry.
All right, I think we have
Sorry.
everybody back. City Clerk, I think we have everyone back and we can resume.
Yes, we're ready. We are recording.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, while we were on break, I clarified a couple of things. One is that the climate action and adaptation plan, as stated on our agenda, is not entirely consistent with what's in the staff report and what we're supposed to be doing tonight. That was intended to be a comments and feedback on the plan, and then a potential referral to staff for beginning the CEQA effort. So that is not an urgent item. We can handle that readily, either at another meeting or at a study session. The city manager I spoke with is very concerned that we should deal with the fee schedule issue so that we don't have errors in our fee schedule floating around out there. And out of respect for the public, who I think probably some are here for climate action and some are here for off-leash dog park, I think we should try to take the dog park issue. But I see Councilmember Flaggers nodding her head. Does that comport with other folks? Are you okay with that? Councilmember Lee Eng is nodding her head. I've got to go find Councilmember Weinberg. You're on the other screen. Are you okay with that? All right. So for the sake of the people who are here waiting to make any comments about climate action plan, we are going to defer that item. We will properly notice when we take it up again. So if you're here only for that purpose, you get to take the rest of the night off. And we'll now proceed with public comment on the item before us. So I'll turn it over to the city clerk, and let's see how many people we have who want to make comments about this project that we have in front of us.
Madam Mayor, can we see the flyby first?
Sure. So let's do the flyby while everybody who wants to speak works on getting a hand up. Sean, are you driving that?
I've been asked to drive that as well, as they don't have the horsepower, I think, from the remote. But I will tell you that we don't have a flyby. You have a pilot, I guess, that can move you around to your desired locations. But you should see on your screen the city SketchUp model. We did work with Steve to reduce some of the minute detail in a few of the models because it was just getting unusable, but nothing physically changed. So you can see the buildings that are under construction, the recently approved, and this building here. These take a minute, but I'll try to pull down and then we can try to move around as best we can and give you the views that you'd like to see. As you can see, it's still pretty heavy. Come on. I'm
Takes
trying
a
to get
little
it.
while to paint.
Yeah, it sure does. So, whoa. Sorry about this. It's just a very cumbersome model. And I got to find us again. Oh, let me try this again. All right.
There you go.
All right, well, at least we're moving now. So if we want to get sort of down the street here a little bit and turn around, we can give you an idea. And I'm not sure if you want to just try to walk down the street a bit here.
That sounds like a good idea.
Or if you want to see the view. We're a little higher than eye level here, but you can get a feel for what's going on from a mass standpoint down the street on that side and a bit on this side. I can, oh, that was a big jump. Go by the front of the building, give you an idea of what we're doing from a layering. We did take a lot of the landscape out of here. It makes it very, very slow. Across the street, we're kind of up in the tree a little bit, but across the street view. If we can go down the street. Gotta get down to eye level a little bit better here. So you can see the Whitney corner. I'm sure I'll be inside this other building any minute now here. I get down to the proper.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you can
proper.
get down to ground level or eye level, that would be really appreciated.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Somewhere on here it'll tell me how high I am, but I think we're much closer to eye level here as we kind of go down. Whitney, I don't have the model that is proposed there at the moment, but that's a 4-story also. Down the alley. See the one building that's there still. Back down the alley here.
Maybe you can pause when we can really see where the driveway entrance is.
Yep. So it's at the farthest end here. We sort of refined this with the peer comments in the workshop to kind of integrate it a little bit more and focus on this tower element a little bit as well. I don't think I can show you down in the garage really, but I can show you sort of down the side. Tell me anything else you want to see. I'll do my best to get you there.
Anyone have anything in particular? Just speak up, please.
Do we see what the approach looks like from San Antonio on First?
Oh, let's see. I think I could do that.
Also, we wanted to see the above, to see the, to get a better look at the light well and courtyard.
I'll have to see if your SketchUp engineer can fly us around the city, but this is coming down First from San Antonio. Come down the street. Don't quite see the building yet. You can kind of start to get a glimpse of it there. A little too fast, sorry. Start to get a glimpse of it there. Again, we've removed a lot of the landscaping and left the massing of the planters and the stepping and the pullouts for the benches and that stuff so that we could move around a little easier and see the building a little more. Get down a little further, we can see the entry recess designed so there's a place to wait in the rain if it happens to be. And then back up First Street. That help? See if I can.
And then can you hop up to the roof?
Yep, I think so. And I don't know I don't know that we fully detailed the courtyard. Doesn't look as though we did. Weren't anticipating showing it, but you can see the location of the deck and those elements, those parapets that we were talking about earlier. You know, the deck pushed back with planters all the way around. So it'll have a nice green edge to it, but also keep people from getting too close to the edge of the building and looking, you know, sort of down on the neighboring buildings.
Can we go into the light well so we can see the materials on the inside on the each
Yeah,
floor?
There's nothing painted in there. It was empty.
Yeah, I mean, I would tell you that that's not accurately represented in this model, as we didn't really anticipate flying down into it. But you can see the shape, and you know the bottom is just, we've just shown the bottom of it at this point. Tried to create a few segregated spaces so people could gather both separately and together. Little dog area, access to the emergency stair.
Councilmember Liang, are you okay? Because they did not have anything down in the light well. There's no images down in there. It's just empty.
Oh, I guess there's nothing I can do. Thank you.
Okay, so how many people do we have who want to comment? 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's do 3 minutes. City Clerk.
Okay, our first speaker is Terry Couture.
Hi, it's Terry Couture. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm speaking as a resident of Los Altos and not as an art commissioner. I wanted to thank the council for asking as many questions as they did. I do commend the applicant for providing 113 parking spaces and all the bicycle parking spaces. However, after listening to all the council questions, I have a couple other questions. Peak hour trips in Los Altos will continue to increase with each new project. At San Antonio and El Camino, it's almost impossible to get through at peak hours. The time of our village character is slipping away. The building lacks very little relationship to our Los Altos village character. The project removes at least 5 heritage trees and replaces it with very small saplings. How will the town enforce maintenance of these newly planted trees? Where is the outrage from Greentown of Los Altos? The medium temperature in the summer in our town will continue to increase with all this hardscape. I've recognized it for years coming from downtown, going home to my single family residence area. It's usually about 8 degrees in the height of summer. How will the electric grid take care of all these new Los Altos projects? Who's watching over our electric grid? Many in our town continue to be dismayed at the lack of excellence in village character design. Thank you for remembering why we all bought in this town. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Couture.
I'm sorry, our next speaker is Ann Paulson, followed by Janine Valadez.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. Okay. Hi, City Council. I hope you approve this building. It'll enhance First Street and a good start. We need the units for next cycle's RENA. So, as Terry Couture was just talking about, if all these people are driving all over, that's going to create more traffic. We really want to encourage them to use bikes, which will be very convenient for them. So let's talk about the bike lockers. E-bikes currently outsell electric cars. So whatever you're doing for electric cars, you should do more for electric bikes because there's more of them. And also, those of us who use regular bikes, we still need lights on our bikes at night, and those are rechargeable. And we need to recharge our bike computers. So really, every single one of those lockers should have a power outlet in it to recharge our stuff. You should require the applicant to put a power outlet in every one of those lockers. That is a small ask, and it would make a huge difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez. Janine?
Thank you. The unmute window just appeared. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm a park commissioner, but I'm speaking as a resident tonight. I think the applicant and the architect have done a good job of varying the fenestration, cladding, and articulation to break up the mass of the building. I like the way the building looks. I think it's pretty cool. I was expecting terrible things given the size of it, but they've done a great job. It is quite beautiful. I love the varying textures. I love the step backs implied by the materials and the efforts to create variation. I really love the shading functionality of the cornices. It's really artful, especially with the trespass cladding in the eaves. The recessed roof deck is going to provide excellent community area for residents. I think that's really sorely needed in Los Altos. If it has to happen on a roof, so be it. The fact that it's been recessed really minimizes visibility issues or danger issues. I love the density. We really need the housing. And I love the mix of unit sizes from 3-bedroom down to 1. I wish there were more BMR, but I understand the economic limitations. And I also like the fact that there are parts of the facade that will give opportunity for art application and installation down the road by our various art groups. I think there's a lot of opportunity to enhance the landscape through that. And then as far as our village character, you know, I moved in here in 1989, and the character of the city has continued to evolve, whether it's within the single family residential areas in terms of the types of homes and the sizes of homes that we see, the different architectural styles, and even downtown. You know, facades have changed, buildings have been removed, buildings have been remodeled. Our population is growing. We're not a tiny village, and we can retain a classy look with natural looking materials and consideration for livability and walkability and climate change, and still evolve into a more contemporary type of setting. And I think this building strikes a lot of right check marks on the list. So I endorse it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Yeah. Hi, this is Roberta. I'm so you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I am going to cede my time to John Bear.
Okay.
Wait, Mayor, we don't see time on land use applications.
That's correct. We do not cede time on land use public hearings. So, Ms. Phillips, if you have something you would like to say, this is your time to do it.
Well, I am considering they not apply. However, we did have standards in place when the building came in for its application, and the building is supposed to be broken up architecturally every 50 feet, and I don't see that. And I also think that the height is exaggerated by the elevator and the rooftop. So I think some attempts were made, but I think that more work can be done to minimize the mass of the building. Perhaps the floor, the height of each story or each floor can be reduced a little bit. And I think that it would be great if that could happen, to just think of ways to reduce the size, because it really, really is a massive cube. And First Street is, the building heights was supposed to be 30 and 35 feet. People we had buildings that were 45 feet. And this is something that, council lowered the building heights. And I think that there's still ways that we can approach this to make this a more human scale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Bear.
Okay, like Sean Gallegos, I'm going to talk quickly. This project should not be approved as presented. The design does not fit along First Street. There's simply too much bulk and mass. That's been said numerous times by Planning Commission, by peer review. There's been no attempt by the applicant to reduce plate height. Plate height is presently 11 feet. You take 1 foot off plate height and you've already reduced the building by 4 feet. It's not compatible with the scale of other buildings along First Street. There are no clearly defined 50-foot modules. The modulation of the building, both in terms of the vertical and horizontal plane, is lacking. Compare that to what we did on 101st Street, and we made a really good attempt to take what was a very long building and make it feel less big and bulky. This building still feels extremely big and bulky. There's no setback on the 4th floor. And both those last two, the 50-foot modules and the setback of the 4th floor, can be done without reducing density. Take a foot or two off of the 4th floor. Yes, the units are a little smaller. You can keep the same number of units. The light well is a joke. The serene space down there, you've got 4 stories of building all around you. Putting the smaller parking spaces in the corner is lunacy. It's impossible already to get in and out of those spots. Put the smaller spots in the middle. It is unfortunate that the developer has spent almost no real effort to make meaningful changes over the last year that this project has been before various commissions and committees. I likened it in my letter to putting lipstick on a pig. This project, the fundamental issues with it have never been addressed. And while I recognize SB 330 and the state of California has made it more difficult for you as city council members and as people on commissions to really affect a good building, there is wiggle room in this design. I'm disappointed that the public was not better informed by city staff and the city attorney on what rules would apply to this project. There, in fact, are objective standards, and those were never pointed out to the planning commissioners so that specific changes could be made, for example, on the 4th floor setback, on the 50-foot modules. And by the way, on that roof overhang, which just accentuates both the height and the mass of the building. Please make the changes, produce a better project for the city for this generation and future generations. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, there are no other members of the public indicating a desire to speak.
Thank you very much. So I believe the formal thing to do is close the public hearing and open it for discussion now amongst our colleagues. Is there, pardon me, Mr. Potts, you get 5 minutes. Thank you. If you'd like to make some rejoinders or other comments.
Sure, thank you. I don't, I'll try not to take 5 minutes. I would like to just address a few of the comments, some of which are positive. So thank you to the neighbors for that. The notion that, well, maybe I'll just go to the model. It makes more sense. That this building is not broken up at least every feet. Every 50 feet is not really accurate. I mean, we have vertical modules here that range on the average of 25 to 30 feet in width at the max, where we've got vertical wall planes occurring within those spaces, breaking up the facade more than every 50 feet. Also horizontal breakups in there. The statement that the plate heights were 11 feet is incorrect. The plate heights on the building are 10 feet. So reducing them further brings them below what would be really considered standard for this type of unit, especially when you get to dropping ceilings, in some spaces where you're placing the FAUs and the ductwork and things like that. So I wanted to just verify that we have not done 11-foot plates on this building. The building, as measured, meets the height requirement with the concession of the 46 feet. I guess I can't comment on notes like the light well is a joke or the parking spaces are a joke. I suppose that's up to interpretation of the individual. The reason the parking spaces are smaller in the corner is because there's actually extra, we always leave extra space in the corners and then space for overlap as well. But there was a generous amount of extra space in the corner, and that's why we selected those locations. You can see by the diagram that we're nowhere near close to the wall. I think 1 foot is the sort of standard dimension to a wall when parking, and we far exceed that 1 foot in those spaces. If it's the council's direction, we can spread those out differently, but there would have to be more of them, or we can eliminate them and eliminate the 4 parking spaces that they net. I did want to note on the elevator, as we were going around and you look at the various elevations, even this view that's taken from mid building height, that elevator shaft, due to its location, is not visible from the streets and areas surrounding the building. And I do want to point out again, I know that Mr. Bear commented on the first building at the workshop, and I want to point out what we feel is major revisions that we made to the building throughout the process. And I think I'll leave it at that and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. It looks to me like the vice mayor was up first.
Yes, Mayor, but I don't have any questions.
I don't think we need to deal with questions. I think we can have conversation at this point.
All right. Okay. So we had a number of things in front of us regarding this project tonight. Let me talk about some of the ones that we really haven't heard much question on from council or comment on from the public. So we are being asked to approve a mitigated negative declaration. I think that we should approve that. We looked any effects in that mitigated negative declaration were able to be mitigated to an insignificant level. So I think that is something that we would approve. I also support the vesting tentative map. I want to talk about some of the density, now moving on to not quite design review aspects yet, but let's talk about the density bonus law and the criteria for this project. So I agree, since our attorneys seem to recommend that we talk about 4 moderate and 3, I can't recall if it's low or very low units, because the language that they include there says if HCD says otherwise, then we'll go with it. So for now, I would agree with their 4 and 3 contention. And I know that is not something that the applicant is accepting at the moment, but I would propose to my colleagues that with our attorney's support, we could go that direction. I want to talk about some of the other aspects. So the applicant has asked for height increase for the 4th floor because of the affordable units being provided. That's an on-menu incentive, which means that we've already predefined that the height that they're providing for this building is something we've already agreed is acceptable short of public safety or other issues. We don't have findings to support that. So the height of the building, as they are proposing, is on menu, and we have to agree with that. There's also a waiver for a 17-foot 6-inch elevator versus a 12-foot that we allow. I assume it's still the case, but back when I was on Planning Commission, there was no elevator that could be placed that would fit into a 12-foot protuberance. That's not the right word. Elevator shaft thing on the roof. Sorry, I lost it there. So at that time, I don't know if it's still the case, it's not been that long, 12-foot was actually an impossible height to put an elevator access to the roof. And so, I mean, it's a waiver, A, that's reasonable to request, and B, our code requirement isn't reasonable unless that has changed. And even if you want to discuss whether or not there should be rooftop space with a building this big, I don't think having only stair top access with, I mean, who's going to carry up all these solar panels up the stairs and everything else? So, you know, I think that waiver is acceptable and reasonable, and our code needs to be revised to at least have a height limit for elevator shafts that might actually potentially be able to accommodate a shaft. And I also agree with the waiver of the parking space width. 8.5 feet is actually a common standard. Our 9 foot is generous. I know, you know, there's been recommendations to gain spaces throughout town by taking it down to 8.5 width. And, but we haven't done that, that's fine. There's some concern about dings around town, but when you're parking in a parking garage with residents you live with, even if the whole thing was 8.5 feet, it's still a conventional parking width, and you know who's dinged your car, and people are going to be more careful when they're parking next to their neighbors. Regardless, it's a very reasonable waiver, and I think we have to agree with that one as well. So where I think there are some issues and there's some room is really in the design review space. And I think there's been great progress made on this project since what it looked like at study session. I did not see it at study session, but we can see in the packet what it looked like. But we do have a bit of a confusing process. We have a peer review input that comes in, and we also have the Planning Commission. And our applicants see two different sets of recommendations. You can argue how much of one or the other they took into account or not, but we have a very confusing process, I think, from the applicant's perspective. If we had a peer review process that went to Planning Commission that then incorporated it and applicants got one design voice, that might be more efficient. But I just want to point out that our process is less than ideal in terms of clarity of design direction. So that said, looking at the Planning Commission meeting, and thanks to both Complete Streets and Planning Commission for their input in the December meeting, I think it was December 2nd, Planning Commission gave quite a bit of, I thought, reasonable input. And I would actually like, so although I've said everything that I support and agree with in this project, and I appreciate the progress that's been made, I would actually recommend that staff work with a subcommittee of the Planning Commission. Even 2 people are probably sufficient, but 2 or 3. And they work through the Planning Commission recommendations, and the result of that come back to council. That doesn't need to take long, but that would be my recommendation. I think that's the design area is the only area we really have jurisdiction to talk about. The rest of us is well-defined, and I would propose on all the other bases other than design, this is clearly approvable. Thank you, I'm done.
Okay. I think Councilmember Weinberg was up next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that your statements are very well put. I agree with virtually everything that you said, and by saying it, I think you obviated the need for me to go through a lot of the concerns that I have. But there are a few that I do want to talk about. I know that the applicant and the architect have said that the focal point of this building is the corner of First and Whitney. And I understand why they think that, but I'm not convinced that really should be the focal point. This building is right at the crossroads of entryways into the city. If you're coming into Los Altos from San Antonio, and you're coming up either Whitney or you're coming down First Avenue, I think the building is very drab and unappealing, whereas it should be more welcoming and attractive the way that the corner of Whitney and First is. That's the first aesthetic issue that I want to discuss. Could we have the applicant or staff please put up slide A10? That's the first floor plan.
Would you like me to do that? Oh, Sean's got it.
Okay, and looking at this floor plan, at the very top of the page, near the stairwell is the location where the trash and recycling will be placed for pickup. That's yes. That's right outside one of the BMR units. On the second floor, another BMR unit is right above that. I have to say, I'm a little put off by the proposal to put the 2 BMR units in a location that's going to be most inconvenienced by trash pickup, both by noise and by smell. That doesn't feel right to me. I don't like that. I think that the courtyard is not much of an amenity to the property. I don't see it as a Zen space. You got 50 units around it, either next to it or above it, people going in and out. I think it's going to be rather noisy I think it's going to be rather dark, and it does feel kind of tomb-like to me. Just at least just looking at it on the plans. I love the rooftop. I think a lot of thought went into that, and I appreciate that. So those are my concerns when it comes to kind of the layout of the building. And then just I'll add on to what Sally said earlier. There's a second perspective that I wouldn't want to look at here, and that is the livable units themselves. I love that we're getting 50 more units, and I wish that we were not getting such a big boxy building to get them. But I think that we need those units, not just for the sake of RENA, but because it's the right thing to do. And there are 50 individuals and families that are waiting to move in and become a part of our community. And in that sense, I think I'm grateful for the policy behind 330 that is going to move this project along much more quickly than it would otherwise. I do wish that we had had our objective standards in place before the application was final, but we didn't, so be it. We have to live with that. I hope that the applicant is open to the suggestion that the vice mayor gave, because I think it was a great suggestion. I think that the planning commission could put together a subcommittee that could work quickly and effectively with staff. Perhaps we can bring in the peer review architect, who also gave some suggestions. The building as proposed, I think, has a lot of problems, at least visually. And quite frankly, of all the buildings that we have approved on First Street, or that we are considering to approve on First Street, this building appears to me to be the least pleasant of all of them. And it's really a shame, because I don't think that it has to be that way. I think that the observations that this building really is out of place with the other buildings that we are approving along First Street has merit. Has been said by virtually everyone. I really don't like the glass balcony walls, railings. I think the windows look very industrial. I just think that there's a tremendous opportunity available to the architect and the applicant to put together a much nicer building. And look, this is a building that we as a city are going to have to deal with for another 50, 75 years at least. I really hope that the applicant and his team will be able to put together something that is much more palatable aesthetically and in terms of warmth and feel for residents of the building and the residents of our city and our community as a whole. One thing that was said earlier today, I think by Mr. Potts, really concerned me, which is that we heard what the Planning Commission said, we heard what the Complete Streets Commission said, but we didn't know if their concerns were going to be the same as the council's concerns. That was a huge red flag to me, and I have a lot of problems with that. I think that once our objective standards the time has passed and our objective standards are in place, so all new applications are going to have to comply with them. I think that the time has come for this council to really take a firmer stand behind the Planning Commission. I would go so far as to allow the Planning Commission to have approvals authority subject or denial subject to the appeal of the council, or if a council member wants to bring it up for a review themselves. One issue the vice mayor didn't touch on is the length of the BMR requirement for the BMR units. I think that Eric's explanation as to why a 55-year limit is recommended makes an awful lot of sense. I have dealt with the rule against perpetuities, and the lawyers on this meeting right now are all familiar with it. It's an archaic rule. It's kind of a nightmare rule to apply. Some states have actually gotten rid of it altogether. They're doing that because they want to promote dynasty trust. And there's a lot of technicalities behind it. I think that Eric made a very good point, a very good observation, that the chances of any of these units staying in the hands of one owner for 55 or more years is very slight. And if they have kept it that long, they have really kept up the unit, they paid the property taxes, they maintained it. There should be some kind of a reward for that. But the chances of that happening, I think, are minute. On the other hand, let's say we do have these units set in perpetuity as BMR. if someone down the road files a lawsuit saying, hey, this restriction isn't legal, it violates the rule against perpetuities, or some lawyer finds another creative argument to get rid of it, we could be in a situation where across the state, all in perpetuity BMR restrictions are no longer effective. And that also is probably not a real likely scenario, but I think the risk of that is far greater to impacting the number of BMR units we would have, not just in this building, but in the city as a whole, as opposed to having the 55-year restriction. So I would stay with staff's recommendation on that. I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. Let me start by endorsing the idea of staff and the applicant working with a planning commission subcommittee. I am definitely not prepared tonight to approve this project. And I'll go through the different concerns I have with the project. And I'll start with the BMRs that Councilmember Weinberg highlighted, and I appreciated that. You know, we have a long-standing practice here in Los Altos where we ask developers to spread the different BMRs throughout the building and not have them concentrated in certain areas of the building or on certain floors. And the current proposal with the 6 BMRs has 3 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor, and then 1 on the third floor. So not only does the location of the BMRs, as Councilmember Weinberg pointed out, concerns me, but also the fact that we have 3 of the BMRs on the first floor. With regards to in perpetuity versus 55 years, I agree with Councilmember Liang. I remember we discussed this at length when we were looking at another project, and I think we did decide that former council to require it to be in perpetuity. And so one of the things I look to our attorneys to give us direction on is whether or not we can have an, require it to be in perpetuity. And in the event that that's deemed unlawful, then it reverts to a certain number of years. Because I do think there's value, exactly what Councilmember Liang said, that, fortunately we do have residents living here for much longer than 55 years, which is wonderful. Other areas, and I'm just going down my list, so I may be jumping around a little. I do agree with the waiver for the parking space size. So I would be open to approving that if and when this project comes back, if it doesn't get approved tonight. I would like to see more e-bike chargers. I think one of the public speakers mentioned this. We were going to discuss our cap tonight, and this is a key component of our climate action and adaptation plan. And so I would appreciate seeing more chargers. As a matter of fact, I think the recommendation was, each locker should have a power outlet, and I welcome that change. I also would like to see an increase in the number of BMRs with a 50-unit building. And I know we all are excited to have all levels of housing here in Los Altos, but with 50 units, if we could get more BMRs, I think that would just be wonderful for the community and the families and the individuals who would be able to take advantage of them. And with that said, I do support the condition whereby we require 4 units at the moderate level. And for me, it's up to the developer if he wants to do 2 or 3 very low income units, because, obviously if it's less than a certain number, then they would not qualify for that height incentive. So I support what the vice mayor said about conditioning the approval on the 4 units at the moderate level. For the courtyard, I am also puzzled by the purpose of the courtyard as I reviewed the packet. And I'm glad that we talked through the configuration and what it really is and what it isn't. I think it would require a complete redesign to get a bigger courtyard with more green space. But I have to say, it really concerned me. It just looks like, something to put there, but not very useful. The number of EV parking spaces, I think the applicant said 1 per unit. Again, we were going to consider or adopting or cap tonight. I would like to see an increased number of EV parking spaces. I think that goes along with the council's policy and vision for the community. And so I would like to see EV parking spaces. And also, I don't think the question of the types of EV chargers for each space was answered. And again, what we've been seeing and encouraging is to have level 2 chargers, EV chargers. The glass balcony, I think if there is consensus tonight to direct this to the Planning Commission subcommittee, I think that would fall under that rubric to discuss, whether or not the glass material is appropriate for this residential building in our downtown. On the roof deck, for me, it's a catch-22 because, the second density bonus waiver request relies on that roof deck. And the question is, well, do we really need the roof deck? Because without the roof deck, then we wouldn't have the second density bonus waiver request. And I know it's a circuitous argument. So I am not yet completely decided on granting that second waiver request with regards to the elevator shaft height. And then the last thing I am concerned about, and this is something, if we agree tonight, we can always come back and maybe the Planning Commission subcommittee, if that gets formed, could address it as well. But just overall, the mass and bulk, and everybody has said it tonight, and it's true. When you look at this building, and First Street is not a wide street, right? And we're having all these different developments go up along First Street. And as everybody has said, we welcome this housing. But I agree with the sentiments expressed. We heard it from the planning commissioners, from public commenters tonight, and also council members, that to the extent you can work with the Planning Commission subcommittee, assuming it gets formed, to see if there's anything we can do about the articulation setback to make it more appealing. I think that would be very welcomed by the community. And you're building a project here in Los Altos, and it's going to become the home of many people. And so we want to make sure that it is the right fit for everyone involved. So that's, I think, my list. My traffic concerns, this is a separate topic, but eventually, working with staff to get a mock-up of all the approved projects along First Street and really understand the traffic flow and the different garage entrances and the potential impact of having traffic back up on First Street and possibly on San Antonio. So that's a big concern of mine, not just narrowly scoped for this project, but just how this project with 50 units will play in the bigger picture with all the other developments. So that's where I am right now, Mayor. I am not ready to approve the project tonight.
Thank you very much. And I think that leaves Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm more aligned with Councilmember Flagger and some of the positions she's pointed out. I am concerned about the second waiver for the rooftop. I think that if it was redesigned, the light well could have been, the building could be been either probably set back more, or that space could have been used for open space for recreational use for the residents in so many more different ways. I think that regarding the recommendation of having a planning subcommittee, working with staff and working, I would prefer a subcommittee of council members, because I think that the council members are taking in effect input regarding peer review and not just planning commission. And I think we, instead of it going back and forth, I think we've got a better understanding of what we're all saying here tonight. The other thing about, I think that a reevaluation of the floor heights should be also considered. I also think that the, I agree that with the more EV parking, I mean, the EV installations, as Councilmember Flagler said, it should be, I think every stall should have a charger. And that should be looked at in every stall. The other thing is, I want to make it clear that if we can get that BMRs in perpetuity, the 4-3, I'd like to see that as well. And I want to confirm that the material board will be available at the planning department as stated, as well as, let's see, and I agree with Councilmember Weinberg in his comments that this building is not a very inviting and warm building and not a very attractive building. So I would also am concerned about the glass for the balconies because the birds fly into them. It's a safety hazard for our wildlife. I think if you're going to use glass, it should be frosted. And those are the things I can address now, because the other items, I guess, is out of our control, such as traffic and stuff. So.
Thank you. And I see that the city attorney wants to say something before I make my comments.
Yes, I've been raising my real hand, but anyway, I'm concerned that we do not have the formation of a subcommittee on the agenda tonight. So I'm concerned about that, and I'm just being consistent with that direction from previous meetings. Therefore, I suggest, because you're giving very direct and very detailed comments, that you send this back to staff and the applicant to work through these issues. And even if we could or we did form a subcommittee, and I'm worried about eating into our 5 meetings. So I think what you should do is this will be direction to staff to work with the applicant, because you are giving very good and detailed analysis of your concerns. I do have a concern about not granting a waiver. A waiver shall be granted if it is necessary to physically construct the building. So I think that would be something that staff would need to look at with the applicant. The floor heights, I have some concerns about the floor heights, because if you're reducing the floor heights, that could be seen as reducing the actual building density. I think that would be something that the applicant and staff should look at, along with the other concerns. But right now, I'm not recommending this go to a planning commission subcommittee. I recommend it goes to staff to work with the applicant and come back to you, because this is our 2nd meeting. That could be our 3rd meeting. And then just continue giving really good, concrete, detailed direction, because you're giving the applicant, I think what you're doing is you've listened to the planning commission, you're reinforcing the planning commission's concerns, and you're even adding more details and more concerns. So the applicant will have some real clear direction. And you have weighed in on the BMR, the 4 and the 7, and the perpetuity and all of that. But I do not think a planning subcommittee, I don't advise doing that tonight. I just advise going back to staff and having the applicant come back after you finish all of your direction.
Got it. We hear you. Let's see. Councilmember Lee Eng, do you want to say something before I speak?
Yes, because she tried to address some of the things we've stated, and I just wanted to clarify, because even if we don't grant the waiver for the second, the rooftop, it does not affect density. And I'm concerned that she's sending a different message than what some of us council members are saying as well. So I don't like the contradiction. I can And also the fact when she said about looking at the height of the plate heights, that doesn't affect the density. Density is amount of units. That does not affect the density as earlier, Mr. Ramachandran, or what is that, Eric? Did I get his last name correct?
Ramakrishnan.
Oh, thank you.
No, but I will clarify.
I want to go back to, excuse me, I'm not done yet, and you're interrupting me. And I'm going to go back to what was stated on that. They are not required. These are subjective standards that council can make certain changes. Your words exactly from legal, your legal comments. You know, we can make design comments. These are partially design comments. And I think it does not hurt for direction to be given to revisit that. And I am just concerned that when we make comments and then the comments are given in a way that it's steering another way, I'm very concerned about the direction that goes. I mean, then it kind of like you're disregarding what we as council members are saying. So that's my comment. So then I want to go back and clarify some other points then. If we're going to be clear and we're not going to, and I'm going to have all these comments coming back, you know, it's really got to be clear that when we have a message here, that it's not that people are just going to run out the 5 meetings and then boom, we're stuck, you know? So I want to make sure that we are clear and, you know, here's a developer that had input from peer review, had input from our planning commission and chose not to do it. That can happen again, but we're making it clear what we want. So I just want to make sure that these items are clear and really should be given serious consideration by our staff as well as the applicant here this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. So
Eric and I could both respond to that, but we've always been consistent about waivers, and waivers under density bonus law are granted if it's shown that they are necessary to physically construct the affordable housing. And so we have been consistent, and we have been consistent and concerned about changing floor heights, and that has been even in case law. But Eric, if you want to, I know you wanted to address the floor heights.
I think the point that Jolie made was that if we're talking about not granting a waiver request, it needs to be looked at, and the fact that the council is looking at continuing this matter gives us a chance to look at it. I want to be clear that there's a new case that just came out within the last couple of weeks about density bonus, that we need to look at this issue that was raised tonight in light of that case and make sure that we're giving you good sound legal advice. Nobody is saying that you can or cannot deny that waiver. We're just saying that if it's being talked about and if this is being continued anyways, this is a good opportunity to take a look at that.
No, and the Bunker Hill case, the summary of it was sent out to council today. So I'm just concerned about that, but I am glad that you are giving very specific direction, because and I like the fact that you have listened to the planning commission and then you're adding your additions to the planning commission comments.
And I have a few more to add.
One more, Mayor, if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind.
Go ahead.
Because all these counters, I'd like to make sure that we can understand we can ask for clear financial data to demonstrate that if this is a problematic item, we could request that.
Financial concession, if it's an incentive, we can ask for reasonable documentation, but for waivers, you don't. So, but we will work with staff to look at the waivers and to make sure that it is necessary to construct but you don't use financials for waivers.
So to put the waivers question to bed, I will just add this, and that is, I did go back and look at the law today, and it does say if it would preclude the construction of the density proposed, or the density. So I think we do need, not just for this project, but going forward, some very clear direction. And I have read the case from San Diego, some very clear direction where we have an optional amenity that does not otherwise involve the number of units or the size of the units being proposed. Do we have, or what is the parameters within which we can deny, or must we approve a waiver to allow such an amenity? So I think that's a real clear question we have for our legal counsel to look at. I'd also, my observation is that I think the peer review and what Planning Commission has had to say the times it's looked at this has been remarkably consistent. And my colleagues have been remarkably consistent. This building is bulky, it's massive, it does not look like it belongs in Los Altos, it does not look like it belongs on First Street. I had occasion recently to learn that the name translated into English of the Polish national anthem is "Poland is not yet lost." And looking at this, I'm wondering if First Street is not yet lost, but if we build this building, it will be. It is simply not an acceptable building. I will point out several specific things that I think would be helpful. In the other buildings that we have approved on First Street, if there was a first floor commercial, then the second and third or additional floors above had a different feel from the first floor. And you could clearly differentiate between the commercial aspect of the first floor and the floors above. Where we've had an all residential building, we have similarly had a difference, a significant design difference at the second and or excuse me, at the third and or fourth floors to really bring down kind of the what we often call pedestrian or human scale. We don't have that with this building. What we have is highly vertical, uniform look that, frankly, to me, I call it the Lego building. It looks like it's been built with Lego blocks. The windows go in a column up, and they're very uniform. The entire look of the building is very uniform. It does not have the kind of articulation and differences in look that we envisioned in saying we wanted 50-foot or 75-foot modules on First Street. In fact, the fact that some of the banding that's used and the wood framing that goes, the wood cladding that goes along the one side and then turns the corner and goes to Whitney has the effect of basically making that entire thing look like one block, irrespective of whatever subtle differentiation in setback or what you're calling articulation is done. It's completely undone by that material. So I think what you've got is you've got something fighting to try and give us some articulation. We don't get it. The floors are all the same. What we've got is some additional materials on the front being built out to create, yes, some depth, but in essence, you're creating depth to give the impression of setback when in fact, there really isn't any setback. And that has to get better. The balconies, we've got to lose the glass. It flat out doesn't belong. The T, I call it the T-wells, the parapets at the roof have the effect in my mind of adding to the height, not minimizing height. They call attention to the height of the building. The overhangs call attention to the height of the building and add to the feeling of mass. The entrance, if you look at every other entrance we have approved, it is a pedestrian scale entrance for an all residential building. This one has an entrance awning well up into the second story. It would be the only property on the street with such a high flying entrance, and it's very sterile. I went back and looked at a number of, and I commend to staff, because I do think we're going to be referring this back to staff. I commend to staff to look at all of the examples that were in the Downtown Building Committee report, which was adopted in total by the council. there were a number of photos there that said on First Street, and this was specifically for First Street, do this, not that. Do this, not that. Make it look more like this, not that. And I would encourage the applicant as well to look at those examples for the kinds of entrances that we ought to be getting on First Street that make it warm, that make it inviting, that make it village-like, that make it Los Altos-like. With respect to landscaping, one of the lessons learned from 100 First Street is that putting an elevated planter wall immediately adjacent to the sidewalk has the effect of reducing the size of the sidewalk. And for that reason, we have insisted that other buildings on First Street not have a vertical element immediately at the edge of the sidewalk at the property line or where the easement is. So I would look for the landscaping, and I appreciate the amount of landscaping you've put in the front, but I would say we cannot have a raised planter that immediately faces on that line. You've got to get some soft growth there. And I would point out that people trying to go down by wheelchairs, you try to get 2 wheelchairs passing on that kind of a way, you don't have any elbow room. There's no place to go. And that's one of the reasons why the, I believe it's a highway commission. And again, this is in the downtown buildings report. Highway commission and safety people talk about not doing that where you have narrow sidewalks, and 6 feet is still considered a narrow sidewalk. Thank you for the easement. That's important, but it's not enough. The roof amenity, I'll join my other colleagues in saying I'm not sure about it. I'm of 2 minds. On the one hand, if we were to go back to our general plan says that our FAR for First Street should be not more than 2.0 to 1, even considering the addition for residential. This is almost 3. The reason why there's no place for anybody to play is that we have pack and stacked the units as densely as possible. And while I appreciate and agree that it's important that we add housing, we've also chosen, the applicant has chosen here, to make some, make 2-bedroom and a number of 3-bedroom units, which means it's maxed out with space for the square footage of the units. And it means that you have this light well, and I'm similarly worried about the light well, but frankly, for me, that light well is your problem. If you want to have that, and that is your way of handling getting light to your units, and you think they're going to be saleable, that's your job. My concern is that by doing the pack and stack we have here, we do not have good play space, but we don't have any good play space along First Street. What we've told people so far is that we have Lincoln Park across the street, and that's the play space for people who are downtown. One of the reasons we haven't put a dog park over there was to maintain the play space for people who are living on First Street. With respect to materials, these are a great mystery to me. Yes, please do a materials board. I look forward to coming down and seeing one. I've talked about the eaves. I've talked about the parapets. I guess that's the end of my rather detailed list. And I'm really dismayed about the project. I really am dismayed about the project and about the lack of responsiveness to the feedback. I can appreciate the comment. Actually, I didn't find it offensive that we might disagree with the feedback from the Planning Commission. It wouldn't be the first time that as a council we've disagreed with Planning Commission on something. But I think in this case, we are all aligned with what you've heard from Planning Commission and what you've heard from peer review. And you would be well served by finding another solution to the exterior of this building so that it really looks like modules that are different and differences on the upper floors from the lower floors, so that it softens the building, so that it looks more village-like, that it looks more Los Altos-like, and that it doesn't look like something that belongs in a major city somewhere. So those are my comments. And I appreciate the city council, city attorney's office, council, city council, looking at the issue on amenities. And I see that Councilmember Lee Eng's hand is up. Did you still have one more comment or question? And then I'm going to move.
No,
to
that was
the-
by accident.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go back to what Councilmember Flagler said and what the city attorney suggested. City attorney, do we want to just refer this? Do we need a motion to refer, or can we just refer?
I would do a motion to continue this item. You can continue it to a date certain, then we don't have to renotice. Or
Right.
but you just want to continue this item for the applicant to work with staff per your directions and come back. We might want to defer it. You might want to ask the applicant. I think there was a lot of direction given, so I don't think we can turn this around in a month. I would ask maybe Sean or someone, or
I think Laura's on the call.
yeah, Laura, Steve, Sean. It would probably be at least a month, but you might want to check in with the applicant.
I'd also like, but I'd like staff to weigh in first, please.
Yes, I would say it'd be quite possibly longer than a month. To be honest, we have, quite a staff shortage right now, and given the length of time or length of the comments, I do believe that that's going to take some time to really make sure that those are addressed. So I would say it would be probably at least 2 months, and it's up to the applicant as well. So.
Okay, so Mr. Potts, staff is saying it's going to be at least 2 months before they would be able to get something back to us, depending on what your needs are.
Yeah, I was going to suggest 6 weeks before staff made their comment. So I guess we would be at their discretion, and Sean's time to review certainly will take us some time to reproduce.
So February, I'm trying to get to my calendar here. Our planned meetings in April are the 12th and the 26th. Mr. England.
Yeah, Mayor.
What the schedule is.
Thank you, Mayor. I think at this stage, we would just prefer to renotice the meeting as opposed to try and determine a schedule live.
Yeah,
I agree with that. So would anyone like to make a motion?
Yeah, and one thing you want to do is you want to continue all of it. You don't want to take action on the neg deck or anything. We don't want to trigger any permit streamlining issues. So
right. Right. Anybody want to make a motion? Nope. Okay, fine. Then I will move that we refer D21-0003 and TM21-0001, the proposal for 355 First Street as to the design review, vesting tentative map application, and the mitigated negative declaration to a date uncertain, and refer it for additional work by the applicant in conjunction with staff and in accordance with the feedback given this evening. Councilmember Lee Eng.
I'd be glad to second your motion.
City Clerk. Let me double check. City Attorney, are we okay on that motion?
Yes, you are. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you. City Clerk, could you please?
Sure. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Flagler,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
and Mayor Enander.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. The motion passes 5-0.
All right, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing the team.
Thank you.
Let's see, I think Mr. Sandoval is up with the fee schedule. Item number 6.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience in waiting for us, Mr. Sandoval.
You're welcome. Okay, well, and good evening back to you, Mayor and Vice Mayor Meadows and Council. The current fiscal year city fee schedule was adopted on October 26th of 21 by the council. Unfortunately, after adoption, it was determined that some fee amounts were published in error and would need to be corrected. In addition to the proposed corrections, 2 new recreation facility rental fees are proposed for addition to the 21-22 fee schedule. They include an additional facility attendant fee and a linen cleaning fee. All proposed fee updates are detailed in the council's agenda packet. Since there are 2 new fees in recreation, this public hearing is required. The corrected fees are backed up by the 2019 cost allocation plan and user fee study presented to the council at the October 26th, 2021 public hearing. The 2 new fees are based on the calculations presented in the staff report. This concludes my summary, and staff is happy to hear your questions or any feedback at this time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions for the staff? Councilmember Flagger, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. Thank you, and thanks for being with us this late. I just have 2 quick questions. It caught my attention that we're now proposing a $6. I'm looking at the senior lunch program, and if you could quickly explain what those fees are.
I would like to invite Jamie Chu to talk about that one.
Thank you, Jamie Chu, Recreation Manager, and thank you for the question, Councilmember Flagger. In regards to the senior lunch fee, it is a slight adjustment to the program. Prior to that, it was by donation only, and specifically for this program, it was previously a fee-based lunch where it was $4 previously. There was a short period of time, as outlined in the report, that it went to donation only. And so basically the lunch participants could come in and then put in whatever amount they would like for the lunch. We're proposing, because of the increased cost to bring in the lunch by the vendor, that we go to a $6 fee for the lunch program.
Thank you, Ms. Chu. And then one other question, Mr. Sandoval, and this may be for you. On page 7, it's the, and I'm trying to find it, it's the second response callback. And the old fee was $602 per response, and the new proposed fee is $193.25. And because it's such a big drop, and because we missed a couple the last time, I just want confirmation that those numbers are correct. So on page 7, 635, I think, of the packet, it's the second response callback standard response item. So the adopted fee for service 1819 was $602 per response.
Can you say the page number again in the packet, please?
So in the packet, it's 635. For the document set, it's page 7.
Okay. I think in the older packets, it's a different page number because mine is in the 500s.
Oh.
Okay, I did find what you're referring to. I wasn't expecting a question on the fees that we didn't present in the staff report, and this is a police fee. So unless there's a police staff who can answer this question, we'd have to get back to you on this one.
No problem, Mr. Sandoval, and I apologize for not getting this to you. I actually didn't notice that big price difference until this afternoon. So I was hoping it would be a quick answer saying there's a reason why there's such a big drop. I'm fine if staff gets back to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Was that it, council member?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lee Eng?
Thank you, Councilmember Flyger. I was going to ask about the senior lunch program. So I'm glad you raised that. There are concerns that I have. If we were at this time, my question is, at this time, if we don't agree with the recommendation to increase the lunch fee program, because one, we're not clear on our vendors and we haven't served lunch for years. Will that then be difficult, or can we bring it back in the future after we've had a chance to analyze a lunch program and truly understand what our seniors will be getting before we set the rate as of now? Otherwise, I would prefer to go back to our previous fee schedule.
Can I ask
So-
a follow-up question that maybe you could also answer? And that is, do we know essentially how much of a deficit we were running at each of our lunches when we were in a donation-only mode?
So
Yeah.
Mayor, we do have that information. I'll defer to Ms. Chu.
Thank you. Let me actually, so I give you the proper numbers here. So essentially when we were doing by donation only, and the vendor that we were working with during that time, I would say gave us a significant discount. And so essentially the program for the lunch program was roughly $35,000. And we have not done the lunch program for quite a few years, unfortunately, due to the pandemic. When we did reach out and come back, and actually the vendor that we were working with is no longer interested in working with us. So when we got quotes from other vendors, it actually increased almost 3 times the amount. And so it was roughly $85,000 to $90,000 for the same amount of, and a slight increase in the number of lunches that we were going to provide. So it's for this reason that staff is recommending to bring a fee forward versus donation, and to increase to the amount that we have in the staff report.
So was the dollar amount you gave, the $25,000, $30,000, was that the deficit we were running?
No, that was the total that the vendor charged us to provide the lunch. And again,
And were we needing something approaching that, or half of that, or?
No, and on average, we brought, so deficit, without doing the numbers, we essentially brought in roughly $17,000 in revenue by donation. And at the time we were, the vendor was charging us roughly $35,000.
We were covering somewhere around or just a little over half of what the cost was.
Correct.
Through the donations, and then the city was underwriting the rest of it.
And the projection today would be the increased cost without would increase the subsidy 3 times, I believe.
Right. Councilmember Lee Eng?
I wasn't done with my question, so thank you for
Good.
clarifying that. The other thing is, it wasn't broken down from the Hillview site and the Grant Park site. There were different vendors and different cost factors. So we really don't understand that yet. So I'm just concerned that mandating I know that it's until we get, well, I know you got a higher cost vendor now, but I'm just concerned about then it's not very inviting, or the message we're sending, because you've gone up. Until we better understand who our vendors are. Because I mean, you're just saying, here's a dollar amount. And we aren't clear on what vendor we're selecting or anything. So I am concerned about moving forward like this. Otherwise, I prefer to have this revisited once our lunch program gets restarted.
To answer Councilmember Liang's first question, it would not be a problem if council wanted to remove this fee from consideration. We would bring it back as part of the normal budget process for fee adoption.
Any other questions from any of my other colleagues? No, okay.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Senator.
I received an answer with regard to Councilmember Flagor's question, and the police fee is correct, and it's based on the 2009 cost allocation plan, and it was determined that the fee should be lowered. So we're good.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion. No, pardon me. I need to get public comment. My apologies. Catch myself here. It's late. City Clerk, can we invite any one of our attendees who may want to comment on this?
Sure. I do not see any hands raised at the moment.
I don't either, but let me give them another minute, or at least a half a minute. Okay. I don't see any hands raised. So we'll close public comment, there being none. And Mr. Weinberg, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I move that the council adopt resolution number 2022-XX, which is included as attachment 1 to agenda item number 6 in our packet, and is entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos Adding and Correcting Certain Fees and Charges to be collected in FY 2021/22, with the exception of the $6 fee for senior lunches, which will be kept as donation only for the time being, and that the council find that this matter is categorically exempt from CEQA."
Thank you very much, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Liang.
I'd be glad to second that motion.
City Clerk?
Okay. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
and Councilmember Liang.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Great. All right, we will move on to item number 7, the off-leash fenced-in dog park. This is a discussion item, and we have, I think, Ms. Legge here to present.
Good evening, Mary Nander and fellow council members. I'm Donna Legge, Recreation and Community Services Director. And with me this evening is also Maintenance Services Director Manny Hernandez. As you may recall, on January 11th, city staff shared its established criteria and ranked 9 different alternatives for dog park locations to accommodate 2 fenced-in dog parks, one in the north and one in the south per council direction. At that time, council directed staff to return with an ordinance amending the Muni Code 5.08 and to return for formal authorization to increase the current fiscal year budget by $100,000 from Park in Lieu funds to develop the fenced-in dog parks, and 3, to further explore an alternative future site for the North Los Altos adjacent to the soccer field. So bear with me. I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint. So the recommended action for this evening is to, 1, adopt the ordinance. 2, allocate funds from the park and lieu funds. 3, affirm the decision on the Hillview soccer field location on the or change the location to the recommended alternative, which is the auxiliary parking lot and landscape area. And 4, affirm the decision on McKinsey Park. The temporary North Los Altos fenced-in dog park location, as we showed you on January 11th, is located at the east end of Hillview soccer field. The recommended North Los Altos alternative and permanent fenced-in dog park location is located in the auxiliary parking lot, which is highlighted in yellow, and then the landscape area is highlighted in purple. So together it's about 17,000 square foot, but we have divided them separately at this time, just so you can see the two differences. The recommended location in South Los Altos is at McKinsey Park West. So as you know, McKinsey Park has 2 large turf areas, and this is the turf area located in the west portion of the park next to the tennis courts. The fiscal impact for the development of 2 parks is $100,000. That's to install fencing, appropriate shade, benches, seating materials, signs, and other elements. And for the ongoing maintenance, it would be $16,000. At this time, I'd like to have Manny address some of the concerns related to McKinsey Park.
If I might interrupt before we go to Mr. Hernandez, the city attorney has her hand raised.
Sure.
I think she wants to say something.
I just wanted to say before you get into making some motions, I want you to make them in a certain way. I think we talked about that today, but yes. So just so I know it's late and I don't want to forget and I don't want you to forget. So if I remind you, you'll remind me. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can everyone hear me fine? I'm just having some issues. Okay, thank you. So yes, regarding McKinsey Park West, there's just a few things that I want to be addressed because they have come up in the time that we've been looking into this project. So first of all, the trees. That is a more tree area in that front park area of the western part of the park. So there are some trees. Now, the configuration that we're looking at, if you see that triangle there on the side of the tennis courts, in that configuration that we're looking for the fencing, we would probably enclose anywhere from 4 to 6 trees. A couple of them are very mature and a few of them are somewhat young, being 3 to 4 years old. But anywhere from 4 to 6, depending on the exact configuration of the fencing. That would include 1 mature redwood, 1 coast live oak that's also mature, and then 4 plum trees that are, like I was saying, about 3 years old. The second thing I want to address is there are no plans to remove any trees in that area, outside the fence or inside the fence. We, as a standard, we do not remove trees unless they're diseased, dying, or pose a safety hazard. So yes, there are no plans to remove any trees for this project. And then the last thing is there are some concerns regarding the trees in that area from damage from dog urine. And what we will do is we do have plans to protect those trees. The base of the trees, the bark itself, we've been advised and have done some research to find out that that is the most vulnerable area. We do plan to protect that through fencing to keep dogs away from the direct urination on the base of the trees, as well as they actually make tree protection from dogs for smaller trees, and the smaller trees, we could address that through that. There has been some claim that the urine will permeate through the ground to the roots and cause damage to the trees through the roots. We are not, at this point, we do not find any evidence and that's conclusive that proves that, but But outside of that, with regular watering of the ground, we've been advised from an arborist, just an advisement, that's one thing that helps prevent any damage to the trees. But he actually made no point to root damage from that. So that's where we are to hopefully address those things. One other clarification regarding the budget. And the budget was, we're looking at 100,000 for both sites. That would be split up 50,000 per site. And just to break that down further, these are just estimates, but the fencing will come somewhere in the neighborhood of $30,000 per site. The shade, depending on the structure, could be 15,000 or less. And then we're looking at another 5,000 in furniture for permanent benches. A lot of times, though, my experience with dog parks is the patrons of the dog parks like more mobile furniture, such as the basic plastic chairs, as well as permanent benches. So a lot of that would go to those initial purchases.
That concludes our presentation. Manny and myself are available for any clarifying questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Mayor, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, and thanks for this presentation and update, Manny and Donna. I want to start with that triangle, Manny, because I'm looking at previous diagrams of Mackenzie Park and the proposed location, and that triangle actually went all the way out to Fremont. So I'm going to refer to this as the new triangle. Is there a reason why this triangle is a little smaller than the one you had proposed before?
No, that this triangle, there's no reason that we shrunk it. This is just becoming more precise on the actual location. This was always the location since we looked at it a few years ago, actually. And this was always the configuration, possible configuration of the fence that would be out there.
And within this new triangle, is there any green space? So you mentioned the 4 trees, but in this new triangle, is there any green space?
Yes, there is. There is within the triangle, there is probably a mix of green space, trees. There is also an AC pathway that goes through there. So you've got the asphalt pathway that's going through, as well as that climbing structure that's there, which has a base of, I believe that's wood chips or sand, something like that. So we'll bring that up to grade when we remove that piece. But yes, so it's a mixture of those 3 surfaces.
And I remember the last time we were discussing the dog parks, you described the different types of materials. And I know some public speakers had commented on some of the materials you had mentioned, but can you share with us again the types of materials or the potential options that we would consider using for the dog park?
Yes, so the current plan for this is to put up the fencing and then look at the materials going forward for the full layout of the permanent, this is being a permanent fixture, but a more a planned out dog park of different surfaces that would either be the DG, the decomposed granite. You can go some dog parks with that. And so I'll mention the top 3 that usually come out. Decomposed granite or some kind of hard dirt surface. You also have grass. Grass is something that it starts off very well, but also can be worn. And I can give you the pros and cons, more detail once we get into that that planning of that permanent dog fixture, dog park area. And then also artificial turf. So, and that has some positives and negatives as well. They all do, but it's I believe that with my background in the dog parks and off-leash areas that I've run before, it really is what's good for that agency, what's good for that community. It's not just a one is the best all the way around.
Right, thank you. And you made reference to the trees, and I'm glad you reiterated the fact that there's currently no plans to remove any trees. I've shared that with many residents as well. But as to the potential damage to the 4 trees that will remain there, you mentioned talking with an arborist or doing your own research. Is there an arborist report that really explains whether or not over time there would be damage to these trees, even with the fenced area or the gated materials that you're saying would be put around the trees. Do we have an arborist report actually saying that? Because I think it would be very helpful for residents to say, it's not just a phone conversation, but an actual analysis.
No, we do not have a report like that, and arborists probably will not report anything like that because it's all speculation. It depends on how much the dogs urinate, how close they urinate, I don't think that we found a link and the arborist would stick his neck out and make a report on it would be a direct link to the urine affecting that, because there's a lot of other factors, including the redwood that's out there. For the most part, those don't belong in this climate, and we all know that. So if the redwood does fail at some point in the future in 2015 or 20 years, that's not something that you can point to the dog park doing that.
And then with regards to the pilot that we had at Hillview at the baseball field, our first pilot, could you remind me how many hours we had for that pilot in the morning and in the evening hours?
Donna, could you help out with that one?
Sure. I believe it was 5 to 9 in the evening and 7 to 9 or 10 in the morning. I don't exactly recall, but it was just a few hours in the morning and a few hours in the evening.
So roughly 7 hours. And the new Hillview proposed fence-in park, would it be full-time, 24 hours?
Sunrise to sunset.
Sunrise to sunset. Okay.
It'll be a specific time as recommended by the police department for enforcement reasons, but basically morning to night.
But definitely more hours than we had at the pilot program.
Exactly.
I know the Parks and Rec Commission subcommittee that did a lot of work on this, did a survey, and what they found in the survey is that more Los Altos residents preferred off-leash, non-fenced-in park facilities. I'm just confirming, because I know residents have asked whether or not the city has conducted a survey regarding fenced-in dog parks, and found that there's interest by residents to have a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie.
So
Mayor,
go ahead.
At the conclusion of the Hillview off-leash trial, council directed staff to come back, I believe in 4 weeks, with 2 fenced-in locations. So staff was following the direction of council. If council would like us to initiate some type of formal survey, if given that direction, we're happy to do it.
Thanks, Mr. England. And then for Mackenzie, I know we're very excited about adding outdoor pickleball facilities. And Mackenzie is one of the locations. Are we concerned about adding pickleball to Mackenzie and then a potential fenced-in dog park that could impact parking in that area?
So Director Hernandez may be better able to answer this, but currently right now our plans call to remove employee parking from out of that lot to free up about 12 to 15 spaces. We do think the pickleball will have more of an impact on parking than either tennis or the dog park. It's a little bit of speculation, but in the lead up to the dog park, we did do an informal survey each day, 7 days a week at different times. And there wasn't a time when there wasn't parking available. Now that was done before pickleball was added. So we would probably run the same survey, but I would think pickleball adding that would be the greater impact to the parking than current use or the dog park.
Right, I was thinking about the cumulative effect. And then the last question I have for now would be for the city attorney. And I'm curious because we heard from the Mackenzie family that sold this particular location to the city. And this was back in 1965, Ms. Houston. I'm curious, do we still have the purchase and sale agreement from 1965 with the Mackenzie family? Do you know if that's something that we would be able to locate?
We might. I was just going to say I wasn't there then, so but we could maybe track it down. That might be a John Maginot or an Angel assignment. I know we keep contracts, I think, permanently, and purchase and sale we should, but and that would be something good to see. It might not have anything in it. The deed might have some restrictions, but you know, we can look at that. But I just heard about this, so we can look at it.
Right. No, and I remember I used to go back and look at microfiche to pull up some old documents. So that's it for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows, Vice Mayor, pardon me.
That's okay. At this time of night, you can call me anything you want. Almost anything. So my first question is on Hillview, and you showed a temporary and a permanent recommended location. So I wondered if you could give us an idea of timing. When might we expect the permanent location to be open? I realize it's sort of a domino effect with that one. But so how temporary is temporary, and when might the permanent location be open in that location?
So Vice Mayor, as you'll notice on the map, the location that's on the screen right now currently has a valid lease agreement for the Friends of the Library. So no permanent location would be operational until after they were moved. The good news is the board of the Friends of the Library voted last week or the week prior to move into the main branch. We met with county staff and city staff and the Friends of the Library and came up with tentative plans on where they would move to. So this is kind of a short way of saying that the design on this would be a little more involved than the initial proposed location, but we certainly couldn't start making any changes to the location until the leaseholder had either terminated their lease or moved.
And if I recall from a different meeting, that is August when that lease on that structure.
That's my recollection.
Also, so we wouldn't even start prep until that structure went away.
Vice Mayor, we wouldn't start the prep work until the structure was removed. From conversations with the county library, we didn't anticipate it taking that long if the Friends were able to move in. But we don't want to start planning again based on the valid lease. So if they vacate earlier, we could start design earlier. But even as we sit here today, the temporary fences probably wouldn't be up for about 10 to 12 weeks.
So the temporary fences.
Temporary on the original
okay,
the original proposed location. I apologize.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just want to make sure. And so, but those could be in place for potentially through the calendar year or so. I'm just going to estimate something there. I won't hold you to it because it's my estimate, but okay. And then, yeah, okay. Thank you. And then regarding the Mackenzie and where the fencing would go, are there going to be benches? I understood from previous conversation, City Manager, that there would potentially be benches outside the dog fence area, and that it would be a walkable area outside, all around the outside of the perimeter of the fencing.
That's correct, Vice Mayor. The overall design of the dog park would go through a pretty extensive process, kind of culminating in the budget process. But the initial concepts that we have discussed is having benches and pathways and landscaping on the outside of the park, and having a pathway or a buffer between the tennis courts and the park. So there would obviously be other elements that came in through the planning process, but as an initial plan, that's what we were considering.
All right. Thank you so much. And that's all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. Do I just, okay, do I throw out my question and you or Manny decide who's best to answer it? Is that how?
Yeah, that'll work, Councilmember Lee.
Okay, thank you. So, can you bring up that the costs, the fiscal impact part?
Yep.
So when you talked about that fiscal impact, that's the temporary fiscal impact because it's going to be a temporary site, right? Or is because and then we don't know the fiscal impact for the more permanent design.
So with regards to Mackenzie, any costs would be carried over because even though the design wouldn't be complete until we understand the use and how the animals interact with the topography, we wouldn't change the fencing or any benches or shade we put in. For Hillview, we're recommending putting in temporary fencing and then designing the location. So the fiscal impact is different for each area, but the 50,000, if it ends up being broken down that way, wouldn't be lost at Mackenzie. And then the overall design again is based on type of use, frequency of use, how heavy the use is. So we really want to understand, is this DG, is this turf, is it natural grass, what other types of items or elements do we want to put in there? So that cost will become clearer over time. But in general, the greater the design need, the more expensive the cost. So the alternative location at Hillview, for example, which is in a parking lot right now, an area with a foundation, is likely to cost more than what we would do at Mackenzie.
Okay. Then when you talked about the design process and the initial concept, can you walk us through the process for really getting the community engaged in a true design for the dog parks?
So Councilmember Liang, what we anticipated was working with the Parks and Rec Commission. They did a very good job on outreach initially. They were able to activate all sorts of neighborhoods and get feedback. We'd anticipated going through that process again, obviously bringing in design professionals and Director Hernandez himself has great experience running a park. So we would anticipate that being the process.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing is, can you help me understand if a dog park is still considered green space?
Well, we would consider a dog park green space the same way we don't pull out when we look at our total park acreage. We don't pull out tennis courts or play structures. If council wanted to designate it something different, I think that would be okay. We would probably look at our other amenities in the same way. Bocce ball courts, the basketball court, we don't pull those out when we look at total park acreage.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm just trying to address every question I'm getting as well. So helping everyone else to understand how things are viewed. So Councilmember Fliger asked about the contract from the Mackenzie family. If something comes to light and if council decides that we would like to utilize a different portion of Mackenzie to be used as a dog park, can we relocate the storage of the floats, which are not city property?
So as I understand the floats, that was an agreement, and that committee paid or commissioned a portion of that building to be constructed. We haven't located and reviewed that agreement, though. Director Hernandez and I said we probably should find it and review it. With regards to the sale of the property from the McKenzie family. We can look for that as well. It's a little bit of speculation. I would be surprised if there was any type of deed restriction on it, since we've had the tennis courts, the art wall or art piece / climbing wall in place for quite some time. So it's possible there is some specific deed restrictions, but it's unlikely, but we will look for that.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. And anyone else? Trying to see. No. Councilmember Weinberg says no. So we should take some public comment next. And anyone who would like to speak on this matter, would you please indicate your electronic raised hand, please?
So Madam Mayor, it looks like 11 speakers so far. 12.
Okay, let's give people 2 minutes. And of course, if you can say it in less time than that, that would be great.
Okay, our 2 minutes each. Our first speaker is Julie Kim.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I just wanted to say quickly that in 2021, you set your city council priorities to include protection of the city's parkland with an emphasis on the acquisition and preservation of green space or open space. Fencing the front of McKenzie runs counter to this priority. It eliminates open green space, despite how you want to define green space. Green space, I would assume, is grass and open area. And so this leads to recreational displacement for all of those who enjoy that space. We've been told that we're just going to put a fence around it. It's not going to impact things, but we already know and heard from Manny tonight that grass will probably not be able to remain in that space. If you take a look at the pictures at the end of the Hillview trial, you see brown patches all over the field. So it is going to end up being something like tan bark or crushed granite, a big brown area. I would like to encourage all of you tonight to move forward with one fenced-in dog park at Hillview. It looks like it's going to have a lot of space to accommodate the people who want to bring their dog there. Some people have argued that we need 2 dog parks because we can't put all the burden on the Hillview site, but we actually don't know what that demand is going to be. You can't extrapolate from the experience of the off-leash pilot since it had limited hours for access, so it's just not the same. Build Hillview first. Let's learn from that experience. Let's survey the residents and determine, do we really need a second location? Let's look at non-parkland options like the maintenance yard, and let's learn what amenities citizens really want in their park. I would also encourage the council to leverage the expertise of your city manager and municipal services director, who both have worked in cities with off-leash hours, unfenced at their parks. And let's see if we can do a pilot in multiple parks at one time. And let's see what we can learn from that before we start to give up our valuable green space. As we hear about the big building that is being built downtown, well, thank you very much for not approving it yet. We really, really need to prioritize our open green space and make that a big priority as we continue to build and build in Los Altos. So thank you so much for your time, and please don't rush into taking away our limited open green space when we have the opportunity to really, really investigate this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Betty Houchins. I have just promoted her as a panelist. Betty, can you speak?
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Bet Houchins, a member of the Hillview Dog Park Preservation Society. We appreciate your preliminary approval of dog parks at both Hillview and McKenzie. We've mostly steered clear of sharing an opinion on parks other than Hillview, but the stark reality is we need to share both the love and the impacts dog parks will bring for a successful implementation in either park. We sympathize with Mackenzie's nearby neighbors who are concerned about making these important changes, but the underlying changes necessitating fenced dog parks have already occurred. Los Altos has a huge number of dogs and puppies. Our parklands have shrunk due to selling parcels for residential and other uses over the years. Dogs running freely on unfenced property near walkways and streets pose a threat to passerbys as well as to the off-leash dogs themselves. Runaway dogs could cause traffic accidents on nearby streets or in our parking lots. Off-leash exercise and socialization is a basic need for dogs. Well-exercised, socialized dogs are better dog citizens. While some people take their dogs to neighboring cities, this is unfair to neighboring cities, adds to pollution and traffic congestion, is unfair to those who don't have time or resources to take their dogs to other cities, such as parents of young children, people whose work schedules don't permit, and people with health or mobility issues. Dogs are most relaxed when they see familiar faces, so constantly introducing them to new dogs, including potentially vicious dogs, because yes, this happens around here, is very stressful on both dog owners and dogs. Please stay the course on both Hillview and Mackenzie West. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Kearns.
Hi, this is Ann, and I live on Clinton Road. First, I oppose having a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie. There has been no community outreach on whether a fenced-in dog park is necessary or even wanted. Second, the proposed ordinance is problematic as written. It's missing key rules and regulations that are found in the municipal codes of surrounding cities like Mountain View and Sunnyvale. For example, the proposed ordinance does not require a limited number of dogs per person. As it stands, dog walkers with sometimes 5 or more dogs would be allowed. In addition, the proposed ordinance does not state that the dog handler be a certain age. That means a 12-year-old kid could bring a puppy to the dog park, risking the dog being out of control. Those are just a few examples of the problematic areas of the ordinance, and it's not enough to rely on the city manager to enact additional rules or regulations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Shattuck. Mr. Shattuck?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Yeah, hi, my name is Mike Shattuck, and I live at 929 Clinton Road in Los Altos, and I've lived here for over 22 years. I want to first and foremost say that I totally oppose the proposed fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie Park West. This will take away open green park space that is currently available for use by all Los Altons. My wife and I have owned a business in Los Altos for over 22 years and currently have a physical therapy clinic on Altos Oaks Drive, which is directly adjacent to the proposed dog park at Mackenzie Park. I believe that the Parks and Rec Commission's recommendation completely failed to consider a very important criteria. They failed to take into account a dog park's proximity to a business. The Parks and Rec Commission weighted the proximity to residential housing very heavily, but completely didn't take into account that Mackenzie Park West is located directly next to a dental office and many other medical businesses that are located on Altos Oaks. Altos Oaks does not have extra parking to support a dog park. Additional cars on Altos Oaks Drive due to the dog park will increase the congestion on the street and make that very windy street even more dangerous. Altos Oaks businesses like my wife's have COVID protocols that try to increase ventilation by having windows open. I don't even want to try to imagine the smell and noise that a fenced-in dog park will produce, making a clinical environment less favorable for our patients. In short, Mackenzie Park is just not a good option for a dog park, and another location in South Los Altos must be considered. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Serra.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my major concern here is taking away any existing green space from Mackenzie Park. I am a dog owner and I walk through Mackenzie Park almost every day. I enjoy the serenity of the park, as do all the people who walk with me. Contrary to what some people have said, both sides of Mackenzie are well used by the folks who stroll through it, the nearby rehab center, by those who use it for some sports, picnics, and Tai Chi-like activities during the warmer weather. My personal preference is to have off-leash hours at several parks and to wait until Hillview has been implemented before committing to a second location. If City Council is determined to go forward on this and take away any green space from Mackenzie, my understanding is that that action would be contrary to the recommendations of your own Parks and Recreation Subcommittee. Please allow us then, the residents who live near Mackenzie, to work with council on a better location and/or solution that works for both the community and the protection of green space. And green space as however you want to define that. I've already proposed that you consider using a small portion of the maintenance yard as an option to house a fenced-in dog park. I have sent all of you a diagram of the proposed site. The light parade floats that are currently being stored there can be relocated to other city-owned land. Let's say maybe the corner of Fremont and Grant. That would allow the existing structure to house the evidence vehicles that are currently in that space and any overflow vehicles from the maintenance department. This solution would address all those residents who want a fenced-in dog park, as well as those of us who are determined to protect the beautiful, serene, pristine green space at Mackenzie Park. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Johnson.
Hi, my name is Tom Johnson. I'm a 26-year Los Altos resident. I recommend the council reconsider its decision to permanently fence in Mackenzie Park for a dog park. There is no data other than hearsay that the residents want a permanent dog park at Mackenzie. The only real data that exists is the data from the 2020 community sessions, and that shows strong evidence that a Mackenzie dog park is not wanted. No newer data has been gathered through any form of community outreach. Also, there's no detailed plan. We've had numerous discussions with council members and the city manager, and no one has been in agreement on the details of what is even being created. And finally, the council made the decision to create 2 fenced-in dog parks because limited off-leash hours were a failure. Let's be clear, a failure for limited off-leash hours does not mean success for a permanent park at Mackenzie. Concluding that a second fenced-in dog park solves the issues of the off-leash pilot makes absolutely no sense. I recommend that we build the Hillview Dog Park and learn from it. Understand the costs, the issues, and the benefits. Then spend the time and effort to make sure any future location makes sense and doesn't ruin our beautiful green space. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bainey. The next speaker is Bainey.
I'm sorry, I guess I was on mute here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to provide input. I appreciate all your efforts to keep Los Altos beautiful, but I'm against fencing off part of Mackenzie Park because it's trying to solve a problem in South Los Altos that does not exist, and it creates new problems. Currently, there are many informal social get-togethers between dog owners at local schools and open spaces. Thus, there's no problem to solve. 2 studies show that residents don't want it. 121 South Los Altos residents, roughly half of them have dogs, signed a petition that said no to fenced off space at Mackenzie Park. In a separate door-to-door survey, residents were overwhelmingly against building fences at Mackenzie Park. There is no survey of South Los Altos citizens that supports a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie Park. Any such support would likely be from other residents in South Los Altos trying to protect their own open spaces in their neighborhoods from a dog park. The city council, or I should say the city, conducted 0 meetings with South Los Altos, even though the city had 8 such meetings with Hillview residents. South Los Altos was notified only with a postcard mailed 1 week ago. The children's play structure would be lost, as well as the fence. That triangle fence would force people to detour around it, where they once could stroll through lovely, calming open space. Another problem, according to the American Veterinary Medical Association, is 79% of dog parks in the West are infected with parasites. Many Los Altos dog owners will refuse to use a dog park. Even worse, drug-resistant dog parasites are spreading. Is there a plan to continuously disinfect to kill these parasites? And if so, how much does that cost? So I agree with the others. I request a phased approach, beginning with Hillview Dog Park, learn from that experience, and then work with South Los Altos residents to decide if and where a fenced dog park should be placed. And thank you so much for providing or allowing me to provide the input. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Jim Sweeney.
Yes, I'm Jim Sweeney. I live at 50 Cielito Drive in Los Altos. I would like to see the council move rapidly on the Hillview Dog Park and not, take weeks and weeks to put up a fence. It seems like the portion on the east part near the parking lot by the community center could be easily fenced in and made a permanent location for dogs. The other location might be good also in the future, but a lot of us are anxious to have a place that's legal where we can take our dogs in Los Altos in the community. So if the council could act quickly tonight on that issue, at least, it would certainly be appreciated by people from the Hillview area. Also, I think grass is ideal for dogs to play on, and it allows for green space as well as a dog play area. Of course, that would be up to the people that know about the right kind of grass to use for that. And I'm happy that it appears that there's not going to be any restrictive hours, because I don't think the hours previously tried at Hillview worked very well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Yang.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Hi there. My name is Jim Yang, and I'm speaking as of course, a resident of Los Altos, but also as a dog owner. So we have 2 dogs. And I do want to echo the suggestions from some of the other commenters to learn as much as we can about Hillview before taking too many steps. I appreciate all of the council working this late for our community. And what I especially appreciated was the attention to detail and the due diligence you spent asking all the questions about the building on First Street, asking the questions about the fees and what they mean and why they're there. And I ask you to do the same thing for the dog park. For example, like I said, I'm a dog owner. I've got 2 kids. Mackenzie Park, one of the concerns I would have about Mackenzie Park is rules enforcement, right? I would imagine that at Hillview, it's a little easier to enforce the rules because you've got the police station there, you've got city offices there. Mackenzie, you don't have that. The costs that were associated with maintenance, I don't know if that includes oversight of the rules. So before I even consider taking my kids and much less my dogs, much less my kids to a dog park, I'd like to understand that it's going to be safe for them to be there. What safeguards are in place, what rules are there in place, and more importantly, who is there to enforce those rules. So what I would, like I said, to echo the suggestions from the other commenters, let's use Hillview as the learning ground. It's the most convenient location for city staff to observe, for there to be oversight of the park. It's the most wide open area, so we can learn all we can about Hillview. And if that works well and the community gets a taste of what it's like, then you can engage and see if another dog park is desired. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Derek Pitcher.
Sorry. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Hello, my name is Derek Pitcher, resident of Clinton Road for 20 plus years. We've raised our kids and raised all of our dogs here. We are opposed to the removal of any of our scarce and diminishing green space for any reason. Obviously, we are opposed to the placement of a fenced-in dog park in the Mackenzie West location. Fencing in the area will remove open green space which everyone can enjoy, not just a select few, dog owners or otherwise. And that's key. There are other viable options that must be explored. For example, as people suggested, the Municipal Service Center. The areas within that have been explored for use by the Friends of the Library as possible facilities. And in recent conversations that we've had with the city manager and maintenance director, they indicate that the employee cars can be parked in there. So if there's room for employee parking and the Friends of the Library to have areas in there, surely we can find space for a dog park. And having space there would not remove any open green space. It's one example. I'm sure there's more. Non-parkland areas were never fully explored for anything, and they must be. We have more high-density housing occurring in the city, more incoming residents. We further reducing the amount of green space that we have. We need more parkland, not less. We commend you for citing Hillview on an area that does not destroy any existing parkland. Also, again, as people have said, there's no proven need for any fenced-in dog parks. The past surveys say that people would like off-leash hours. Use the expertise of the city manager to put off-leash hours at multiple parks, and you get rid of all the problems that we had with the one at Hillview. So please keep your land use priorities and enact policies to protect and increase our green space. Support this by rejecting the fenced-in proposal at Mackenzie West. Thank you.
Our next speaker is identified by letters and numbers SM-N96-0U1. SM-N96-0U1. Okay, I'm going to move to the next one. The next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a park commissioner. I have to admit, it's pretty exhausting for people to keep saying that there's no proof or evidence that we need dog fencing when our very own pilot showed that we must have fencing for dog parks. The other thing is that, for all the people that are totally happy with the lack of dog parks and yet are dog owners and love to have these informal social groups in parks, that's awesome, except for the fact that it's illegal. And we need to either decide that our parks are off leash and are okay with dogs running into streets and running into people's yards and running into museums, or we have to figure out how to give dogs places to play. And not everybody has an acre-sized backyard to allow their dogs to play. So we really need to have fenced-in dog parks. And we don't need to show that they work at Hillview. We know they work. They work in every other community. But to burden Hillview with everybody's dog park needs is unreasonable. It's also exhausting to hear people say the same argument out of two sides of their mouths. Either we're going to be flooded with tons of cars, peoples, and dogs, or nobody's going to use these tainted dog parks. Well, which one is it? At the end of the day, if the more dog parks we have, the less tainted any single particular area will become. And it just seems reasonable in a city our size that smaller dog parks can be located in multiple areas. I really, really hope that we can start with these two, even if Mackenzie has to become a little bit smaller, maybe not triangle shaped, maybe something a little bit more containable, but we need to have something besides just Hillview. I really hope the council chooses to endorse moving forward on these. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike T. or Miket.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
First, thank you for getting us to this point. I fully support the push for multiple dog parks, as a couple people mentioned. We want to push Hillview as soon as possible. Just having a non-legal place to have the dogs socialize and have the benefits of a park is a frustration point right now. I think with a lot of owners, there's no legal place to go. If you can get Hillview up and running as soon as possible, even the temporary site, that'd be great. And we want to work with the city to get that to happen. And having more than one site in the city is a must. There's more and more dog owners. COVID exacerbated this. And then looking at your sustainability goals for the future of the city, if we have more dog parks throughout the city, we're going to have a lot less single occupancy vehicle trips throughout the city, reducing that greenhouse gas emission. And I think just working with the city, the biggest thing is we want to help work with the city to make these dog parks work. To other people's points of, yeah, we want the social gathering at schools and other public places. They aren't legally sanctioned. We've gotten spoken to by animal control and Los Altos police numerous times saying, hey, this is the reason it's not allowed. So yeah, a fenced in dog park is going to work in multiple locations, but thank you for the support getting us here. And I just encourage you to get Hillview up and running as soon as possible. Thank you.
The final speaker is identified by the letters and numbers SM N960U1. Madam Mayor, I've asked to unmute the person several times and nothing.
Okay. Yes, I thank you, City Clerk. And I think with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. Does anybody want to lead off? Don't all jump in at once. Yay, Councilmember Weinberg, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'll get us started. This is a really tough issue. And it's an issue that we see whenever we are talking about changing how recreational space in the city is used. We regularly see that whenever something new is proposed, the people who live closest to a park or an amenity are the ones who are going to be the most impacted because they're the ones who are in closest proximity to the park. And I wish that that weren't the case. But the reality is that this council has to look at not just what is best for the immediate neighbors of a park, but what is best for the city and its residents as a whole. People who live further away from Mackenzie Park than Clinton Road or work on Altos Oaks or have businesses on Altos Oaks also are members of our community. And they pay taxes the same way that everyone else does. And everyone who pays taxes to live in the city or to enjoy themselves in the city wants to have some kind of a return on that investment. I find myself in complete agreement with Janine Valadez and her comments. I think that we know that dog parks work. I think we know that a dog park is desired and that it is going to be heavily used. And in fact, I think that the opponents of the dog park are tacitly acknowledging that as well. There wouldn't be as much of an opposition, I think, if there wasn't a belief, if there wasn't an understanding that a dog park at Mackenzie is going to be used, and it's going to be used by a lot of people. I suspect more people than are using the open space right now. I still am in favor of moving forward with an enclosed area with a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie West for all the reasons that I've stated in the past. I think that Mackenzie West is unique in Los Altos in that the area is not in the immediate proximity of homes. I think that the residents and the employees who work, the businesses in Altos Oaks, and the people at the convalescent hospital down the road will still be able to enjoy the park, even if it means walking a little bit further toward the back part of the park, where there are two existing play structures and a grass field. This is not easy. It's not easy to recommend to a community that something which is going to change the way that they have been using an amenity, they've been using a park, is in our opinion, in my opinion, in the best interest of the city. But when all is said and done, I really haven't heard a compelling argument not to move forward with a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie West. I think that it's an amenity that the city needs. Nothing has changed when we first decided that back on January 11th. And it's my intention to vote to move forward with that. With respect to Hillview, I am in favor of having a Hillview dog run open as quickly as possible in the area near the parking lot on, I believe it is the south end of the soccer field. Once Friends of the Library has vacated their building, I think we should revisit this and look at whether or not we want to move that dog run to a larger area. I think that the idea has merit. I also don't want to micromanage staff. I think that between Gabe and Manny, we have a lot of experience. And in terms of setting up the rules and the design and determining the other details of the parks, we have expert staff that are going to serve the city well. So that's where I stand on the issue.
Thank you very much. Do you have any specific comment about the ordinance?
There are some typos that I found in the ordinance, and especially at this late hour, I don't want to burden anyone with that. I'm comfortable leaving it open to the city manager and his agent to determine what the rules are. And I trust that those rules will be enforced. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that we didn't have the specific rules in our resolution or our ordinance when we had the off-leash pilot program. I believe that we left it to staff, and staff came up with rules that I think were in accordance with the rules that we see in Mountain View and Cupertino and Sunnyvale. So I'm comfortable continuing that pattern. If council wants to get into the weeds and actually come up with some rules, I'm sure that we would probably end up incorporating more or less the same rules that we saw at the off-leash program. Certainly, I don't think that anyone should be able to bring in more than 2 or 3 dogs. There needs to be enforcement of the rules. I trust that the city is going to be able to do that with the police departments and the other city facilities that are nearby. Monitoring shouldn't be difficult. I mean, this park is right smack in the very center of our city. So I think we're going to see if and when a problem develops. I hope that there won't be a problem. I suspect that there will not be a problem. But I do have faith in the city's ability and staff's ability to create the appropriate rules and to enforce those rules.
Thank you.
And finally, let me just say one more thing, and that is a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie West might prove not to have been a good idea. I don't think that's true. But if it does happen, I think the cost to remove the park and to resod it, if that's what we want to do, are fairly minimal. But the advantages to be gained by establishing a fenced-in dog park far outweigh what I see are the risks and the harms and the burdens.
Thank you. And the reason that I asked that question is that it is a part of our deliberation tonight. We're actually needing to address, I guess, at least 3 or 4 things, depending how we want to divide it up. So I would like you each to please comment and cover all of the potentially 4 areas. The first would be the ordinance. The second and or third would be the specific locations. And the fourth would be the budget change. So we'll probably end up with motions potentially on each of those separately. So if you'd comment on the breadth of those when you make your comments. Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for outlining it for me. I'll start with the ones I think most, if not all of us, are in agreement on. With regards to the ordinance, I am prepared tonight to support the ordinance. For section 3B, I wonder if it should not say pilot program. I wasn't sure about that, but everything else that has been said about giving the city manager discretion to implement and enforce rules as he deems necessary or his designee, I think makes a lot of sense. So I'm definitely tonight ready to approve the ordinance. With regards to the North Los Altos Hillview fenced in dog park and the phased approach, because of the lease we currently have with the Friends of the Library, I also support moving forward and affirming the phased approach that's been recommended by staff with regards to the North Los Altos location. With regards to Mackenzie, Councilmember Weinberg said nothing he has heard tonight has changed his mind, and I'm on the other side of that. I am even more convinced that we should put a hold on the Mackenzie Park. And let me start by saying I 100% support finding a dog park solution in South Los Altos. I just do not believe this Mackenzie West location has been shown to be the right location. And I know no location is perfect, but this particular location, there's no data or support to say that this is actually the best location or the best use or the type of dog park solution we should have for South Los Altos. I think there is a difference between green space and parkland. When you look at the definition of parkland, yes, it could include pickleball courts and tennis courts and all those other amenities that come with parkland. Green space, however, is different. The hardscape from tennis courts and pickleball courts and a dog park, the different materials used would not constitute green space. So I do think there's a big difference there. So one of the things I do want to make a comparison, since we're always, one of the things I think was noted the last time was if we're doing something for North Los Altos, we should do something for South Los Altos. The interesting thing about the North Los Altos location, we did 3 attempts, right? We did a pilot first and it didn't work. And one of the reasons why we decided to look at another location is because we heard from residents saying that that location doesn't work. And so we looked for another location. Here at Mackenzie, we are hearing from residents raising very similar concerns about why the Mackenzie West location is not the right location. And so with Hillview baseball field, we listened to the residents and found a different location. And so for our South Los Altos residents who are voicing their concerns about the Mackenzie Park West location, I think we should listen to them as well. The proposed location for the Hillview fenced-in dog park, as Director Legge explained, will have an increased number of hours, right? And we really need to compare apples to apples. The pilot program we did on the Hillview baseball field was for a limited number of hours. We're now doing a new program, a new product. And so we really need to see what the impact is, whether or not what the South Los Altos solution should look like. Our Parks and Recreation Commission did a survey. The city hasn't conducted a follow-up survey on possibly should it be, off-leash hours, since many of our residents prefer, according to the survey done by the Parks and Rec Commission, there are more residents asking for off-leash hours as opposed to the fenced-in dog park. Maybe we didn't do off-leash hours the right way at the Hillview baseball field. It doesn't mean we couldn't do it right in a South Los Altos location. And I'm not advocating for off-leash hours versus fenced-in dog park for South Los Altos. What I'm saying is we should really give the Hillview new fenced-in dog park an opportunity for us to learn before rushing to do something in South Los Altos where there's currently no demonstrated data or demand for this particular fenced-in dog park at the Mackenzie Park West location. The parking concern, there is a difference between saying there's a need for having a second fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie versus saying if we have one, people will still go there. And I think that's the distinction when you think about parking. If we have the fenced-in dog park, I am sure residents will use it. I don't think anybody is disputing whether or not some residents or maybe non-residents will use it. So there will be a parking need. The point is really, do we really need to have a fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie? And so if we move forward with the fenced-in dog park at Mackenzie, which will attract dog owners and dog walkers, it will impact parking. And I'll say two things. I go to offices on the neighboring streets, and there's always, it's really difficult to find parking. I've also been to Mackenzie Park at least 3 times in the last few weeks. And I have to say, the 3 times I've been there, there's always been people on the west side. There are people who use that side of the park. And one of the families that I saw there on one of my visits, they actually had a dog. And the dog was just running around and enjoying that side of the park without a fenced-in area. And so I have witnessed myself, maybe only 3 times, that side of the park is used. And I can imagine that there's some residents who actually prefer that side of the park compared to the other side of the park. So I don't like the implication that somehow that side of the park is not used by residents, or because they have the other side of Mackenzie Park, do they really need this side? It is a valued area of the Mackenzie Park area. Another concern I have is the impact on the trees. I know we're not removing trees, and I know Mr. Hernandez has shared with us different solutions for protecting the trees, but I'm still very concerned without having a professional analysis of what the potential impact would be on our trees. And we talk about preserving green space, preserving our trees, protecting our trees. We had an agenda item that came up a couple of months ago on trees, and there was a big push to protect our trees. This is an easy way for us to protect our trees, even if it's 10, 15, 20 years. I hope that my kids and grandkids will be able to go to that side of Mackenzie and enjoy those trees. And I really would be disappointed if somehow it's our council that eventually led to the demise of those trees. Another concern is the impact on the medical offices. They're also part of our community, right? We say this all the time with our downtown business owners and our different business districts, that our business community is also part of our community. And so we should not dismiss or ignore their concerns about having a fenced-in dog park right next to their offices. And I feel if we move forward without more outreach and data analysis, that's what we're doing. Checking my list. And I'll end by saying there's no perfect location, and we may end up, if for whatever reason there's support to continue the Mackenzie decision or the South Los Altos decision, we may end up still concluding that after looking at non-parkland spaces and other parks, that this is really the best location for a second South Los Altos park. But I really don't think we have the data. We're rushing this. We're not listening to residents. We're doing things to support this item that we have not done with other items in the past. And so I really want us to listen to our residents and take the time to get it right for South Los Altos and find the right dog park solution for South Los Altos. I think that's it, Mayor. Again, the subcommittee, I know the subcommittee did the survey limited to off-leash hours. I do think there's also value in having a city survey. If we decide to put a hold on Mackenzie, I don't know if the votes are there, but I do think some kind of survey, and I'll tell you, there are many residents who would be willing to line up right now, dog owners, non-dog owners, to help us get it right for South Los Altos. And we will not know whether or not the real impact of the Hillview, the new location, until we've had an opportunity to really see, with the increased number of hours, a bigger, more dedicated space, what the second need is in South Los Altos. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope that after, I guess, raising my points, we could still maybe hear back from other people, you know, and have that further discussion. But I think it's about making sure we can all look for a solution that'll work for everyone. I hear the concerns about how we would like to have a dog park at Mackenzie. There's no doubt. I think Mackenzie's a good park site because of how it's located near the Foothill Expressway, and it's the most respectful Los Altos site in regards to residents. That said, I thought one of the neighboring residents had brought up a good idea, sent us great diagrams, and I think that we should maybe consider utilizing part of the maintenance yard, because I think our goal, and it's always stated in the master plan, our parks master plan, and we've got 3 former parks commissioners here who states that our goal is to always seek to expand our parkland. So the suggestion of utilizing part of that maintenance yard, I thought was a good idea. I think that it would allow us to really look at how we are using our maintenance yard. I think there's no doubt we have underutilized property in South Los Altos that maybe we can build a housing unit on that corner of Grant and Fremont, suggested by the speaker earlier as well. And, you know, those items are not city property that we are housing. So if we're not utilizing our property more efficiently and for the pure enjoyment of our residents, you had people who spoke tonight that, yes, they had concerns about Mackenzie. They had concerns about preservation of green space, just like Council Member Fliger and I do. We really care about green space. But I think that it's about trying to find a compromise. I heard that they are willing to, they're not opposed to it, but that's why this site or some consideration is like a compromise. If we can find a good compromise, our goal is to always try to work together and try to get all 5 of us on board. I'm not saying that, and then by deciding if we should do that, it's worth looking at. And I'm number one, all for the Hillview. So getting back to your request, Mayor, yes, Hillview, move forward, get that other site when the opening occurs, and I'm all for that. Let's see, let me look at my other points before I see. And because I'm going to go back to my other point, city land is limited and very desirable. So you know, we know that people are going to just keep wanting, we need to keep it, and are going to ask for more land. We have nonprofits asking for use of our land, but this is clearly for our residents. And we need, you know, it's valuable public land. And this is why we really need to rethink how we use our public lands. Now I'm going to go back to address your other point. So you said, was there a concern about the ordinance? Just like Councilmember Flagger, I did have the concern with 3B, but then my wording and would be, instead of saying off-leash pilot program, it should be animals shall be, no pet or domesticated animals should be allowed to participate in the dog park. No, wait. Dog park. No, yeah, dog park. It should just say dog park established by this ordinance, because we are talking about dog parks. That's the only change I would make for that. And yes, we should also in the ordinance somehow put in the sites, and none of the whereases or anything has, once we decide on today, it should include the sites 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like the 7th whereas should be, the last sentence could be cleaned up, and then we can list the 2 sites that we decide tonight. So let me look at my other points. Just working. Okay. Yeah. So that's my thoughts, and hopefully that will give you guys something to consider, and that way we can all move together on a 5 vote on this.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with the ordinance. I think it's the 5th, whereas about the city council determined that the temporary pilot program was successful. I would reword that. I think the commission recommended it be discontinued, and we didn't necessarily end it early, but I would prefer it was worded something like, whereas the city council determined or got learnings out of the temporary pilot program. I don't think we want to call it successful, because we're referring to it as not being successful. But we did get learnings out of it. So I'd recommend a change there. And I agree with the comment about 3B. It looks like that was probably boilerplate from the ordinance for the pilot, and it just got pulled over. So let's make that consistent. Otherwise, I have full confidence in our city manager and staff being able to put together rules just like they did for the pilot program, off-leash program. So then going to the dog park sites, Hillview, I support the permanent location as a better location than the dog run. Let's just call it that. I do support doing that dog run on a temporary basis, but I think it was Councilmember Weinberg who seemed to not say we'd consider the other one, but it seemed to be fixed on the dog run as permanent. I'd rather fix on the dog run as being temporary with the goal to the larger space. So that would be, I just think it's a much better space in the proposed recommended area. Regarding Mackenzie, yeah, this is a tough one. There's a couple things I've heard in this discussions and the comments I want to clarify. One is one of the speakers said, well, you know, we should trust in Manny and Donna, and well, they didn't mention Donna, but I'm going to mention Manny and Gabe to come up with off-leash hours because they know how to do that. And yet the same speaker doesn't trust them to come up with a fenced-in dog park. So that's just a little ironic, but I just wanted to point out that inconsistency there. We actually did have a lot of public comment supporting the dog park in Mackenzie specifically. That came in over the last couple days, probably more comments for it than against it. Again, it's not a numbers game. I'm not gonna, exactly, but I've heard consistently tonight, people keep saying, oh, we have no data showing that anyone wants this, and that's not true. We do have that data. We have some data. That said, we do not have a survey. I actually still am uncomfortable with looking back at the survey that was done by the park subcommittee because it was done without the benefit of all we've learned through that pilot program. What we've learned is there are risks associated with off-leash programs. And you're right, there may be a better site, but there's always risks associated with off-leash dogs, regardless of the perfect off-leash area or not. If it's not enclosed, there's always risks. And I feel like we thought as a council that we'd learned that. I certainly learned that. But that said, I do think it's fair to say that we haven't necessarily given Mackenzie as much thought as we've given some of the other considerations. So I'm willing to go through a due diligence process. Where I am uncomfortable is, this is not, this is a Los Altos park, and all Los Altos residents and their various recreational uses can use all of our parks depending on what we offer at each of them. And so so they're really not territorial, even though I know that obviously there's an ownership and an attachment, an emotional attachment, and I would feel the same. So I really want to, again, I think as Councilmember Weinberg says, we have to think about the whole of the city. We should provide more than one dog park, especially, one is just going to get overburdened. We saw that even with the pilot too. But I do think it's appropriate for us to do further due diligence. If we want to do another survey, that's fine. We've now learned we'd ask different questions. I mean, I have a background in market research. I used to be paid to do this stuff. We've learned more. We're in a different place. If we want to do a survey, we can do it. But I really hesitate with taking, results from the workshops or whatever and extrapolating that to today. So there is a need. There are people who want it, but we do, or I would support doing further due diligence before finalizing the decision on Mackenzie. So that I think covers everything, though I guess I didn't address budget, but I think we should all sort of see where we are before we talk about budget.
Thank you so much. So I find myself most closely aligned with what Councilmember Weinberg said and some of what Councilmember Lee Eng said, some of what the Vice Mayor said. But I'll tell you where I'm maybe standing a little differently. There are more people who want to do more things with our parkland than we have parkland. So if we do anything different than what we've got, someone is going to be unhappy and somebody else is going to be happy. And it is our job to balance that. I do not put any faith in any surveys that have been done or that might be done, because we tend to do a bad job and we don't get statistically valid surveys. So I think we're going to have to take the job. That's why they pay us those big bucks, to say what is best for our community after listening to everybody that we've heard from and our understanding of our city. I'm fine with the ordinance, the couple of changes that have been noted. I'm fine with the Hillview plan. I think it's great. And I think we all owe a huge thank you to our city manager and to the Friends of the Library, who have come to a resolution beyond which any of us can imagine, which I think reinforces Councilmember Lee Eng's comment that sometimes if we just keep working through things, we get something that everybody can agree on. And I think that's a great example of that. So I think That's a big thank you to everyone who was involved in making that happen, which allows the Hillview solution, which I fully endorse, the kind of two-phased Hillview solution. The difference for me between Mackenzie and First Street is that whatever decision we make on First Street, that building is going to be there for 60, 70, 80, or 90 years. If we try doing something at Mackenzie and it doesn't work, we can change it. We can stop it. We can go backwards. It's not hard. And so for me, I am willing to go forward and say, let's try Mackenzie and see what we get, because I am very deeply concerned that if we do not put something in South Los Altos, we are going to overly burden Hillview in a way that we then end up making bad decisions on what to do with the more permanent solution at Hillview because of the huge amount of usage. That's also to say that doesn't mean that the people that are around Hillview and use Hillview use it in the same way that the people who are around or would go to Mackenzie would use Mackenzie. And so I really think we need to make a try at Mackenzie. I'm willing to try at Mackenzie and say, you know, and if it doesn't work, we don't go forward with doing a permanent type of solution. We back up, we pull the fencing, and we restore the ground. And, you know, maybe we've got some nice furniture there in the meantime. I am not worried about the trees, and Lord knows I am someone who's a native and cares a lot about local oak trees and local redwood trees. That is not an issue. I am very comfortable with the staff solution on how to protect the trees. So that's where I am. And now I have two more hands. So you'd like an iterative conversation about this. So I'll give it back to my colleague, Councilmember Flagler.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I just wanted to respond to your point about trying it at Mackenzie. Trying it at Mackenzie would require digging up the green space that's there, putting fencing, and the estimated budget, as we know, is a minimum of $50,000. We know, we just went.
I don't think he said about digging up any green space. He did talk about
I think
removing.
Becky said we would remove the green space.
No, he said they would remove the climbing structure.
No, we could watch the recording, or Manny can confirm. He did say.
Manny can confirm exactly what would be removed. Mr. Hernandez, would you clarify?
Sure. Yeah. So this iteration of the dog park, of what we're talking about today, of putting in under the $50,000 budget, does not remove any of the green space. So the later version, which I think the question was, is how will we design that later version of the dog park? We would have to look and see if the green space will be removed for artificial turf. And that's where I talked about those three options for surfacing. But no, this is, we're putting up a fence, we're putting in furniture, and possibly shade structures. That's all.
And I think this is one of the things the residents were referring to, because it's inconsistent. Because when I asked earlier if green space would need to be removed, the distinction wasn't made about the initial step versus the second step.
Right.
But even so, we're putting in fencing, seating. We are reconfiguring the area. It's not like the Hillview baseball field, which we really didn't change anything. So it was a real trial where let's see if it works. This, we would be expending funds. I guess we should get a quote on how much that is. Yeah. So I don't think it's the same situation of let's just try it. Let's just spend $25,000 and see if it works and reconfigure the area, when we're hearing from residents that they want us to put a pause on this and figure out the right solution.
I would say some residents. There are some residents are thrilled with this prospect, but I appreciate that you asked for clarification, and we got clarification from Mr. Hernandez that on the first iteration, they would not be removing green space. They would protect the trees. They would put up fencing, and they would put up some benches. So we're all clear on that. Anything further? Can I go to Councilmember Liang? Councilmember Liang, I think you're up.
Okay, thank you. I'm not good about how to share my stuff. So one of the speakers sent us an email with diagrams. So Mayor, you're great at this kind of technology stuff. Or do I ask staff to assist us to post it up? Do you need me to send it to you?
I think staff could put it up, but if we're talking about the idea of taking some of the maintenance yard,
Yeah, but I think it's worth discussing. It's worth seeing. I think it would be helpful for, because I know you want to move forward on a location today. I'm open. I think Mackenzie is no doubt a great spot, but I'm trying to get to a solution that will work for all of us. And I think it wouldn't hurt. So just by chance, Councilmember Fliger, do you know where I'm talking about? Do you remember that email that included that photo?
I do, Councilmember Lee, and two things on that. So the initial proposal that Mr. Hernandez just mentioned about not removing green space. I just want to add the fact that we've seen what happens when you leave the greenery there, or the grass there with dogs running around. So it's essentially, that will not be the green space it is today. So I just wanted to clarify that. The second thing, Councilmember Lee, and yes, I saw that proposal. I think everybody did. I am fine with you speaking to it without sharing it. And I am open to exploring this location and other locations.
Okay, you're open to exploring that location. So I think maybe what happens is, Vice Mayor, would you be open to exploring that location? Because then if we're all open to exploring that location, we can decide on Mackenzie tonight.
Councilmember Weinberg wants to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hesitant to move forward with the idea of moving this into the maintenance yard for a couple of reasons. Number one, my recollection is that staff was not necessarily on board with it. There were some concerns from staff. Number two, I think that we may be discussing some other creative uses of that area over the next several months, and I wouldn't want us to make a decision tonight that would preclude us from doing that. And number three, let's say that we decide, okay, you know what, there is space in the maintenance yard that can be used for a park. It doesn't have to be used for a dog park. We can establish the fenced-in dog park in the triangle at Mackenzie and simply decide that we want to reconfigure the maintenance yard, make it a little bit smaller, and turn it into parkland.
I'm just going to say something here because I can anticipate. I see the city attorney getting excited. We have not agendized discussing the maintenance yard as a possible alternative. And so we're on thin ice if we do that.
Yeah, I tried to let it go as long as possible, but we're now into a discussion about the maintenance yard. So we
simply cannot go there in terms of a discussion tonight.
Fair enough. Ultimately, for reasons that have already been stated here, I think that it's important that we get the two fenced-in dog parks up and running simultaneously. Otherwise, we are going to overburden one of the sites, and I think we're going to get bad information about that site.
All right. So, Councilmember Lee, I'll let you one more time.
I can understand where you said we can't have the discussion. We cannot have the discussion, but if we just make a decision, we make it big. It's still part of Mackenzie. The point is, it's expanding Mackenzie. So in a sense, we're not going to talk about it like that. But if we talk about, at this point, do we want to expand Mackenzie to include that small portion and consider it for a dog park? I
think that is what the city attorney is saying we cannot discuss. We have a proposed area. It came through in the staff report. It's mapped as what we can discuss. We can decide we don't want to go forward with that. We want to look at alternatives, but to propose an alternative and discuss that alternative, or even say we want to use that alternative, that I think is where we would have crossed a line, and we cannot cross that line tonight.
Okay, thank you.
So, where I think my sense is that Councilmember Lee Eng would not want to go forward at all with Mackenzie tonight. Councilmember Fliger, do you want to summarize your position on Mackenzie?
Yes, I definitely don't support moving forward with Mackenzie tonight. I would prefer for us to direct staff to do additional outreach and survey and maybe come back in 6 months where we can evaluate what's happening at Hillview and the impact there and maybe have other potential solutions for South Los Altos. So that's where I'm leaning, Mayor.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Meadows?
I would support, I don't want to put a time frame on it. That doesn't have to be 6 months necessarily. It could be sooner. But I'm willing that we do a little bit more due diligence to some of the points that Councilmember Fliger brought up. But so yeah, I don't think I can support Mackenzie tonight, but I'm not taking it off the table. I just want some of the questions that have been identified answered, and allow staff. There were other top contender spots, and perhaps in South Los Altos, and perhaps they can compare and contrast. So anyway, sorry, I'm getting tired.
I know you are. So I'm going to ask that we go ahead and take a motion on the ordinance, because we need a motion on the ordinance to do anything that establishes any sort of off-leash activity as being legal, because right now it's not.
Yeah.
So-
And the ordinance as amended, I took some notes, so when I bring it back, it will have those
So
changes.
this would be a motion to waive first reading.
Yes.
Anybody?
I'll move it, Mayor.
Thank you.
I move that we introduce and waive further reading of ordinance number 2022 related to municipal code section 5.08, providing for off-leash dog parks in certain areas within Los Altos, within the city, and making findings pursuant to CEQA. I don't have the CEQA language in front of me, but it's exempt under CEQA. And I will also, as amended based on the discussion tonight, with the amendment stated as to the ordinance.
And I would offer the friendly amendment with the CEQA language as specified in the agenda item. And then we're covered.
So amended.
Did that also include the amendments for 3B?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second that motion. City Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg? I'm sorry. Yes. Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Mayor Enander?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
And Councilmember Lee Ing?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. I'll now take a motion on Hillview. Councilmember Lee Eng?
I'd like to motion that we move forward on creating the dog park as in the phased approach as recommended by staff.
Council Vice Mayor, did I see a second there?
Yes, second.
Second from the Vice Mayor. City Clerk?
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing?
Yes.
Mayor Enander?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Meadows?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I'm going to make a suggestion that we allocate the funds, and that we allocate the funds as recommended in the staff report, so that we do not have to come back and deal with budget authority in the event that or whatever we might do in a next iteration with respect to another location. So if you're okay with that, then I would move that we increase the current fiscal year budget by $100,000 for purposes of implementing off-leash fenced-in dog park or parks, with the funds to come from the park in lieu fees fund.
I'll second that. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Seconded by Councilmember Liang. City Clerk?
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
and Councilmember Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
And I have a question now for Mr. England. Would you like a recap of the issues and questions posed by Councilmember Fliger? Or do you want further direction from council or not?
Mayor, I don't need a recap of the questions. We do not have direction right now, though. So when we hear due diligence, we would need that defined. So for example, if it's look at locations or alternatives in South Los Altos, we could turn that around pretty quickly. We've went through, already provided an alternative location. So that alternative location would become preferred. The third location would become the alternative. If it's to look at moving the yard, we already know where that recommendation would be. Or if it's look at shrinking the yard, we've already provided our answer on that. So we would need to know what council's looking for. With regards to outreach, we would have to engage someone to complete the survey, and that would take some time. So that would delay it further. Staff would not, does not have the capability to do statistically valid surveys. So it would be more anecdotal evidence. If council's okay with anecdotal evidence and self-selection of people that respond as a data point, then we can bring that back. So I hate to make the meeting any longer, but if council's asking us to do due diligence, we specifically need direction on what council would like.
Thank you. That's why I asked for your clarification. Councilmember Fliger, you have a comment?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. Part of the direction, I would like to include non-parkland areas in South Los Altos to explore as potential sites for a fenced-in dog park. And not just limit it to parks. I think when we started this entire process, all of us were focused on our park areas, and it was coming out of our Parks and Rec Commission. But to the extent, and not necessarily the MSC yard, but if there are other areas in South Los Altos that could potentially act as a dog park area, I would appreciate staff exploring those as well.
I'm going to take a flyer on something. I'm going to move that we direct staff to proceed with Mackenzie West in the first phase as recommended in the staff report, while asking staff to consider alternatives so that should that prove not to be a successful location, that we are well prepared with alternatives as outlined by Councilmember Fliger and the Vice Mayor, rather than proceeding with the design of a final installation. Councilmember Liang?
I'll second that. It's your
City
motion,
Clerk?
right? That was
Yep,
a motion, right?
motion.
Okay,
City
just
Clerk?
making sure.
Comment, Vice Mayor?
I just want to make sure I understand what did move forward with it. I mean, I'm not having a hard time visualizing what that means.
That means doing the initial installation as outlined by staff. This was always a two-step proposal. In both cases, there was going to be two steps. One was to do the immediate work, and then to do, depending on how the use went, to do a final design that would include the type of furniture or shaping or mounds or terrain or whatever, and as well as the surface to be used and so on. What I'm saying is, don't commit to that. Commit to doing only the initial fencing and tree protection and signage and so on, and then have the staff also be looking at alternatives, so that if after some period it's looking like this is not going well, we are along the road to at least being able to come back and talk about some alternatives, rather than moving forward to a final design and implementation. But if it works well, then we can move forward to a final design. Does that clarify?
Clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
So should we make the timeline in which it should come back?
Let me hear from Councilmember Fliger, and then I think we'll talk about that. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Councilmember.
I was just going to make the comment. I am still not supportive of that motion, Mayor. As I mentioned before, this initial phase for Mackenzie does involve using our current green space, and as we saw with Hillview, it damaged our green space on the Hillview baseball field. So I am concerned about the damage to the current green space, and a lot of the concerns we heard from our residents will still happen with this initial phase. So although we're not digging up the green space, which was one of the concerns, I think we would be damaging the green space in another way. And the other concerns you heard from the residents, why we should put a pause on this. So I unfortunately will not be able to support this motion. And I do support us putting a hold on it. Thank you.
Understood. I will go back to Councilmember Lee Eng's point and ask Mr. Weinberg if you have an opinion on putting a time frame on this.
I support the motion, and I think the time frame is really going to be dependent upon what final outreach staff is going to do, what kind of research is going to be done, what staff's capacity is. I would hope that it gets done as quickly as possible. But Madam Mayor, I think you've come up with a very good solution. If we go forward with the first phase, we'll have an idea of how well it works or doesn't work. And in the meantime, staff will be actively exploring other alternatives. I don't know that a timeline is really necessary, but
To me, it's something we leave to staff. I think that's part of what we pay them the big bucks to do. I don't think that they will let it go until we have a disaster. I just have more confidence in staff than that. And if it's going well, I expect them to come back and say, hey, it's going well, and we should proceed to final design. So, City Clerk, would you call?
Sure. Councilmember Fliger?
No.
Vice Mayor Meadows?
No.
Councilmember Weinberg?
yes.
Mayor Enander?
Yes.
And Councilmember Lee Eng?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Great. All right. And thank you. And I know staff has taken note of all of the concerns and will be alert to those going forward. So at this point, I think we've reached the information items only. Let me go around first with my colleagues, then I'll ask for the city staff if there's any items. So anyone have anything they want to report or share? Going once, going twice. No information items from the council, so staff. Oops, Councilmember Liang, did you have something?
Yeah, wait, I just lost my points. For informational items,
Yes.
okay, let me see. The information I have is that VTA has restored all their suspended bus routes. So that's going well for all our VTA buses going now. So school service has been restored. So just wanted to report that item. And let's see, one other. That was it. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew that the VTA bus routes have all been restored.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just saw a flyer today, I think, and I don't remember who sent it out, but between 1 and 5 tomorrow afternoon at the main library, I guess it's the county health department is going to be giving out rapid COVID tests, home tests. And I think they're giving up to 4 to each person who comes by. So it's important that we all keep getting tested, and tests can sometimes be scarce in pharmacies. So if you're looking for COVID tests between 1 and 5 tomorrow at the Los Altos Library, they will be available.
Great. And you're sure that is tomorrow? That's actually today, Wednesday?
Yes.
Sorry. So let's see, anything from the city attorney?
Nothing, but are you going to talk about day 3 of the retreat?
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's online.
City manager.
I will turn it over to our newly promoted Assistant City Manager, John Maginot, to talk about the next council retreat.
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity. I have only about 20 to 25 minutes that I was going to talk about it, but I'll condense it really quickly. We are going to hold a follow-up to the council retreat that will be held on Tuesday, March the 1st from 4 to 6 p.m. In which the council will discuss goals and other follow-up items from the council retreat that will be held virtually. And so the link will be posted as we get closer to the actual meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. And then that will be commission interviews thereafter. So everybody remembers that that's what's going on. Mr. England, do you have more?
Yes, Mayor. Our city clerk wants to talk about the commission recruitments.
Great. City clerk, you're on.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to remind everybody in Los Altos that the city has an ongoing recruitment for, I believe, 5 commissions. There are 7 spots available. The deadline to apply is on February 16th, so next Wednesday. If you go to the city's webpage, you'll see exactly what positions are open and the terms and a description of the commission, what the commission does. So I hope to see a lot of Los Altos applications coming in.
Great.
Thank you.
And is it this week that I'm going to call it permanent because it's not a pop-up, testing site is up at Nutra House or the area at the community center? Is that starting this Thursday?
Mayor, I believe that is correct. And it will be up, as you said, adjacent to the Nutra House in the parking lot of the community center.
My recollection is 8:30 to 3:30 and no appointments needed. So you can choose either to go get your take-home test tomorrow or today, or it'll be a PCR test. So it's not an instant test. It's the test that takes 24 to 48 hours before you get results back. But much appreciation to our partners who are putting that together so that that'll be there every Thursday for the foreseeable future. And if there's nothing else, we are adjourned at, oh Lord, I missed it.
Wait. Did you do future agenda items?
Oh, I'm sorry. Future agenda items. My apologies. Yes. Councilmember Liang.
Okay, sorry. So I think number one, staff should review I would like to request that staff review our tree canopy protection program.
That is on the list. It's on the list to be looked at.
Okay, and then we had a speaker tonight asking us to agendize labor court. So I think what their concerns are is the main concern is like how to address neighborhood concerns when such projects come forward. So either it's something that is worth not just talking about labor court, but as projects like this come forward and it just make it a broader discussion.
Councilmember Weinberg, did you have something you wanted to say about that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I went up to labor court over the weekend and I spent.
We're not going to discuss labor court.
I understand. My request is that we kick the possibility of having this be an agenda item for another 2 weeks, because I believe I might be able to give some, I might be able to help make it a more focused and useful agenda item.
Great.
Okay.
Councilmember Flagger, did you want to add something about that or about something else? Okay. My comment about this is that we may want to consider what kind of noticing we do on any sort of development, rather than how we're currently limited, and that would be something we could incorporate in that discussion if that's acceptable to the two people who have proposed it. Councilmember Flagger, now you want to say something.
I do, because before Councilmember Weinberg suggested tabling it for 2 weeks, which I was open to. But if the direction is to agendize it, I would want to hear from the city attorney and the city manager on what exactly would we be deciding as council as to this property, even taking it up, broader. I'm not sure what the policy would be that we would be considering.
I think Mr. England's going to weigh in.
I'm waiting for Jolie to nod her head to see if I can answer that or if this is substantive discussion. I would be happy, Mayor and Councilmember Flagger, to write a memo back on this topic to council.
Great. And then we'll know whether we have something we want to agendize or not.
And how to do it.
Any other comments on items on the agenda? Council member or Vice Mayor?
Actually, now that I think of it, Councilmember Weinberg, are we, or Mr. England, are we asking for a study session on February 22nd for the subcommittee, or what are we? I can't remember now. Sorry, I'm all blurred.
So,
That was
Vice
on the
Mayor,
agenda as a discussion item.
Or was it
at the
on the police
facility?
Yeah.
At the conclusion of the last subcommittee meeting, staff was waiting for the summary report. Once received, we were going to ask council to schedule a study session on the 22nd with a potential follow-up meeting for the first meeting of March.
Right. So I guess that's an alert to the mayor then that she might have something coming forward.
Mayor already got the heads up from staff, so.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, so.
That's okay.
All right.
No, we're taking care of you. I think the consensus is you guys get priority. This is an item where timing is of the essence, so.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Anything else? Going once, going twice. Adjourned at 1:05. Thank you all for the evening and hanging in there.